Hello, and welcome back to the 3 Up Moon livestream, everybody. My name is Matt, otherwise known as 3 Up Moon, here on Twitch and YouTube, and it's Sunday, November 7th, 2021. Thanks for tuning in, thanks for choosing to hang out here for a bit of your Sunday. If you're watching live on twitch.tv/3up_moon, thanks for tuning in, and consider clicking that follow button. If you're watching after the fact on YouTube, know that every single one of my streams gets uploaded in full there, so if you can't catch me live on Twitch for whatever reason, you can always catch up on YouTube on your own time. I appreciate all the folks that have been subscribing to YouTube in the last couple of weeks here. The channel's been growing, so thank you so much, and thanks for just hanging out and supporting the channel. Today we're going to do some, essentially I guess a continuation of the last stream, which was the Multi-Randomizer stream. I do a bunch of these multi-randomizers where I'll take 3 or 5 2D Mario games and randomize them all using their respective randomizers, but use the same randomizer seed, or randomizer string, basically. So for this one, yesterday we did Super Mario Bros. 1 and Super Mario Bros. 2 using the seed 1337, just a nice little old school internet throwback. And we're going to play today Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World and Super Mario Land 2. So 3 games today. They're all going to be randomized with shuffled attributes and enemies and levels and item blocks, power-ups, level physics, all sorts of stuff. But they're all going to be using the same seed. So we were able to beat both Mario 1 and Mario 2 yesterday. You can go to the previous part on YouTube to watch it, or check out my VOD on Twitch. And there were some pretty cool seeds, actually. Some pretty interesting randomization was going on. So today we're going to start with Super Mario Bros. 3 using the seed 1337. The only things we're not shuffling is we're shuffling everything but music and everything but world order. So we're still going to go from World 1 to World 8. And if you want to try these out yourself and play along, you can actually go to the big list of game randomizers online, and it's very easy to see that there are thousands of different games you can randomize, and it's pretty simple to set up as well, so go for it. Now we're listening to music from Mario Party 3 on the N64, and it will be just a moment, and we'll have Super Mario Bros. 3 Randomizer up next. Stick around.
Nintendo. Sorry.
Never give up.
You don't want to go down there.
Hello everyone, happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. And let's dive into some Super Mario Bros. 3. Should be able to hear it shortly. I think it'd be cool if the title screen was randomized too, like a random enemy instead of the Goomba, and then random things fall. That could be a nice little touch. But here we go. You'll see just how crazy and just how like mixed up this game is gonna get. Oh, interesting. It says we've got a question mark amount of lives. Does that mean we've just got infinite lives? I might have messed with the settings. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we don't have to worry about one-ups in this run. I didn't mean to do that. I actually meant to leave that unchecked, but you've got infinite lives. So I'm not going to go in and mess with it. This is still the same seed. That was tight. Oh no. Look at these fish. This is our World 1-1, folks. This is a sign of how crazy this seed is gonna be. We're in for a surprise. The super undying Mario, exactly. What's up, Bach? Hope you're doing well. Whoop. I'm gonna do a quick shout out to Bach while we're on this platform. There we go. Mario's even got the time to do shoutouts in between jumping. Ooh. Oh. The question block. That was good. It's a lot of close calls. This ROM can barely keep itself together with all the chaos, exactly. Unravel Brothers 3. Whoop. So I'd love to do a co-op of, not a co-op even, maybe a race of any of the games that we randomized today, with another streamer as well. I'm wanting to do more co-ops. And then maybe see if like Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario 3, or Mario World would be a fun experience to shuffle. Like, and race. I've never raced anyone, but I do follow Speed Gaming, and they facilitate a lot of really cool races of randomizers of tons of games, like from RPGs, platformers. Got big coops. Have I ever heard of Smite? Yes, I do follow Smite, yeah. I've seen a couple of his streams, specifically Chrono Trigger randomizers. He's really big on holding races and retro stuff. Nice. Yeah, I'd definitely be down to implement some more of that on my channel. That's actually why I set up the Ko-fi account instead of Patreon, with the goal of upgrading my gear to eventually make it a little easier, because right now I'm using a MacBook Pro, but just to make it a little easier to collab with more streamers and get a streaming setup that would allow me to essentially start a show where I would have different streamers show up and do races. Like I would facilitate it, and I used to book live concerts and stuff, and specifically curate the bands that would play. And I think it'd be really cool to curate streamers who I could come up with different challenges, or the community can come up with different challenges that we want to see them do. Like let's say Donkey Kong Country 2. Or something like that, just like a boss rush of Donkey Kong Country 2, or like try to beat the 4th boss in Batman on NES, which is really tough. Simple things. Like growing up in Canada, I used to watch Video and Arcade Top 10, which was such an awesome show, super cheesy, and the theme song of Video and Arcade Top 10 was actually like just straight up ripped from Mega Man. I think it was Flashman's stage. But basically, it was like a game show where people could enter and compete. That was a glitch to Lakitu. People can enter and compete and, like, play, try to get to Ganon the fastest or something in Link to the Past, or play Contra and get to the end of stage 3 without losing any lives, or something like that. And then they could actually win the games. Like, they could win Game Boys, like the purple translucent Game Boys. They could win N64 games. It was actually pretty cool. Anti-Mortal, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Whoa! Oh, no. It's not fun to have Lakitu on our tail here. Especially in this level. Oh. But yeah, I really liked Video and Arcade Top 10. That was a lot of fun to watch. Damn you. Damn you. It's cool. Use the iframes. I'm just gonna use the iframes. There's no sense in trying to do that another way. Boom. Nice. Let me do a shout out here. So we're just starting with Super Mario Bros. 3. This is only the 4th level. We have infinite lives in this right now, but this is the continuation of last night's stream, where we played Mario 1 and 2 using the same seed. And the seed we're using today is 1337, just as a fun little throwback to the early days of the internet. That was close. Thwomps can move in any direction. You remember Nick Arcade growing up with their weird bespoke Pong? I don't think I had Nickelodeon. Actually, it wasn't until like I was like a teenager that friends of mine, like their parents got like satellite TV, and then we could pick up channels from the States. And Nickelodeon was always one that we just never had access to in Canada for a while. Wow, this is a wild version of this castle. The only thing we didn't shuffle is the world order and the music, because if you shuffle the music, it can glitch out sometimes. Using this randomizer. There's 2 versions of randomizers as well for the Mario 3 game. This is the web-based one, which allows you to really mess with the colors and get way more enemy chaos, in my opinion. But the one a lot of people use for races, and is just more widely updated and widely used, is an executable that I can't run on Mac. But also we've used it a bunch of times on stream, and it just has different things that it does to the game. Basically, they just have different behavior. And I would say the same thing about all 3 Chrono Trigger randomizers as well. They all behave very differently. And I think that's kind of cool that you can sort of get personality out of how a randomizer works. They start to form a little bit of a personality, if that makes sense. You remember playing this game back in the day? So this was my favorite game, and still is my favorite game on the NES, and probably my favorite game just of all time. But I'm just biased, and I just spent a lot of time with it. I was lucky my uncle gifted me a NES as a kid, kind of around when the N64 came out. And my cousin Jessica, who's several years older than me, actually used to babysit us, and the day that she was trying to teach me all day how to tie my shoes, one day that she was babysitting us, and at the same time we were playing Mario 3 for most of the day, and so she ended up teaching me how to fight Bowser. I was really frustrated, specifically because I just couldn't get the whole tying my shoes thing. I was probably like 6 or 7, maybe, probably 7, I think, or 8. And anyways, I just had trouble with it, and I got frustrated, and to like take our minds off it, we just played Super Mario Bros. 3, and Jessica showed me how to beat Bowser, basically. And the first time I beat Bowser was also I got so excited, I ran downstairs, put my shoes on, tied my shoes, and then ran outside to do like a victory lap. And it was funny because I had actually absorbed the information of how to tie my shoes, but I just like was frustrated with it. And it was once I beat Bowser myself for the very first time, I didn't even realize it. I like Mr. Miyagi'd myself into learning how to tie my shoes. So I just have like a funny association with it. I remember also being kind of shocked when I was a kid and found out that like you don't actually attack Bowser in this. I know that you just typically run past Bowser in the first game, but I didn't expect that it was going to be a situation where like he breaks the floor underneath him. This is a pretty funny color palette for Fire Mario. Nice. Got that coffee going. For example, the executable version of the randomizer will allow you to remove auto-scrollers, so these airship levels become super easy to beat. When they're not moving this slow, you realize they actually are quite small, very short levels. Coins are kind of pointless because we made infinite lives in the settings by mistake, but you know. That part always gave me so much trouble as a kid. So yeah, the order of the airships is shuffled as well, and we'll get to the Koopaling Room and we'll end up fighting random Koopaling with randomized health. It's just a waiting and timing game, really. There's a way to just sneak through there. It's a very short window, but that's fine. We don't need a mushroom. The other randomizer will actually change some of the attributes of the Koopalings. So the ones that ground pound normally, or the ones that throw or like shoot projectiles and stuff, they'll be randomized. So you could have, like, we could have run into Lemmy and he would have a ground pound attack, as opposed to the two Koopas, or two Koopa kids who do have that. I want to say it's Morton and Ludwig, or it's Roy and Ludwig, that actually like inherently have a ground pound attack. So whenever they land, they're kind of like the giant Sledgehammer Bros. Alright. This is something I learned only recently. I didn't realize, because I never would have tried this. But this is an Angry Sun level, and you can actually completely avoid the Angry Sun if you do this. There's a pipe on the other side too. They both lead you to alternate paths, but they will take you out here. And we've now skipped like a lengthy portion of the level, as well as the Angry Sun aspect of it. So I'm always learning new things about the games that I'm randomizing, specifically because when you randomize games like this, you get to know how they tick when you start shuffling variables and stuff. Like, I feel like I understand how Link to the Past works so much more as somebody who's played the randomizer than just somebody who's played the original game. Kind of forces you to delve into it a little further. Ooh, into the cream soda. Can't jump on enemies underwater in Mario 3, but you can in Mario World, so it's something I often forget. So I ask this often on stream, but what's your favorite game on the NES? Feel free to drop it in the chat. And also, what's your favorite game of all time? Like, if you have one. If there's one that you can say is your top game. And you can drop in, 3 games if you can't narrow it down to one. Oh, I like the blue Koopa. Blue Koopas and orange Koopas are pretty cool when they randomize. I'm always looking to discover new retro games, or just retro games I haven't played before, which is why I love doing the retro roulette, as well as the viewer request night. Probably by how often you boot it up and mindlessly play it, Metal Gear Solid 5 is definitely up there. Nice. Yeah, I feel like that's got to be one of the criteria. Like, I play this so many times. It's probably going to be like most played as well. But the thing is, I didn't really play DuckTales 2 nearly as often as this, but I loved it. And it's still up there for, like, it's close to being up there, It's hard to narrow it all down. M. Anti-Mortal saying, all time, it's got to be Final Fantasy VII for SNES, probably Mario games. Final Fantasy VII is a really great game. I feel like there's too many good ones for me to pick one of them as my top. But I do really love the 2D ones, and we played Final Fantasy IX on stream as well too, actually. Early days. Let's just go over here and just get the item first. As far as Metal Gear Solid games, for me, I've never played anything but Snake Eater, and I watched my buddy play Metal Gear Solid 4. But I haven't played the first two. I've played Metal Gear on the NES. Damn, that's bad timing with the save state. Top 3 are Final Fantasy VII, Legend of Dragoon. That's a PS1 RPG, right? And FFX. Nice. I really like the remaster of Final Fantasy X. I was watching Rathe V. Mori stream it recently. A friend of the channel. Somewhat recently, like, I say recently, but like in the last like 5 or 6 months. But it was really cool. It looked like they added a lot of really cool things. I have these weird associations. Like the first time I played Final Fantasy X, I also played Grand Theft Auto 3, and I'd never played the top-down GTAs yet. I ended up getting into GTA 2 afterwards, the top-down one on PS1. But yeah, the first time I played Final Fantasy X was also the first time I played GTA 3. So like, to me, the Ultimate Party, they just blended my mind. So the Ultimate Party would be like Waka, Auron, Tommy Vercetti, and Yuna. Also, when I first played Wind Waker, I also got Metroid Prime, so I associate those two games a lot, which is pretty interesting. Oh, what? Tony Uncle Al. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that, Tony. Hope you're doing well. What are you doing today? What were you streaming? We're playing a continuation of our Multi-Randomizer stream that we did last night. For anyone that doesn't know me, my name's Matt. You can call me 3 at Moon. I stream every single day from 1 p.m. Pacific on Twitch, and you can go to my YouTube channel and watch all the previous streams. Basically, it's just a full VOD archive. But I do retro games, and I do a ton of randomizers of retro games. We were actually just talking about what everyone's favorite game on the NES is, and what everyone's favorite game just in general. If you had to pick one or two favorite, like, top games. I know it's such a difficult question. The reason why it came up is because this is my favorite game of all time. So I'm going to be doing some randomizer. Oh, your football game is on in 5. Oh, nice. Well, dude, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everyone. And if you're not following Tony Uncle Al, please go give him a follow. I'm a huge fan of like arcade classics, retro stuff, and also if you're a fan of Mario Golf, which I play a little bit of the original Mario Golf with my partner on stream every once in a while. Go check out Tony Uncle Al's channel. But yeah, Super Mario Bros. 3. This is not your normal Super Mario Bros. 3. I've randomized it using the seed L337 because I just wanted to do a funny old school internet throwback. But we've done a bunch of these multi-randomizers before where we randomize 5 Mario games, all using the same seed. Last night we played Mario Bros. 1 and Mario Bros. 2 randomized, and we beat them. And here we're in World 2 of Mario 3. I have Infinite Lives, but it was unintentional to set that up. But we're going to play Super Mario World after this, and then Super Mario Land 2. Whoa, Tony Uncle Al, thank you so much for the bits, for the 125 bits. I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. And Captain Cakequill, is that how it's said? Welcome to the stream. Mega Man 2 is up there for your favorite game. Let me just see. Oh, great emotes too. Oh, Bucky O'Hare. I've never played it. I do have it in a list. I do a regular series called the Retro Roulette, and you can catch that pretty regularly throughout the week. But basically, you can spin a roulette wheel, that has a whole bunch of themed retro games on it. And we have space-themed and animal-themed games. And Bucky O'Hare is in both of those lists there, but I haven't, I've never played it before. I think is it a Capcom game? I did watch the animated series as a kid. It was barely an animated series. I guess it was like a handful of episodes, if you could even call it a season, but this is a fantastic thing to have here. Though Infinite Lives is great. Great. Infinite Lives kind of ruins the point of getting coin, so that was dumb. Let's do this again. So yeah, everything is shuffled except for the music. Power-ups, item blocks, enemies, Koopalings, Koopaling health. Just in case anyone didn't know that that was up there. Not that we need the one-up. What else did we shuffled? I didn't want to shuffle music because it was just pretty wild. I didn't shuffle the world order, and if you want to try this yourself, go check out the big list of game randomizers. There's a ton of games you can randomize the attributes of. Pokemon Stadium 2, Final Fantasy 9. It's because we were talking about a bunch of these games. What else? What else can you do that's crazy? The Little Mermaid on NES and DuckTales on NES. Joe and Mac on Super Nintendo. There's so many different things you can randomize out there. And they're just a great way to kind of re-experience a game that you thought you knew everything about. Okay. There's 3 types of cheap cheeps that can spawn. Okay. There's the ones that were down there, the one that stays at the bottom of the screen, and it will follow us up as we climb. There's another type that just jumps back and forth, and when it's solitary, you can actually run through it. You can't get hurt by it, but as soon as it starts to make its arc jump, you're susceptible to damage. There's also the kind that swims from right to left or left to right, slowly, kind of like the ones that you experience in Super Mario Bros. 1 in underwater levels. And you can't jump on those. So you've got undefeatable cheap cheeps. You've got cheap cheeps that follow you, and when you jump, they jump. And they'll keep respawning like a Lakitu at the bottom of the screen, and then you've got the arc jump ones, which you can attack. Just before the raid, I was talking about how I just learned so much. But we can save this. I learned so much about how a game ticks by randomizing it, and just this past week we hit 600 followers, and to celebrate we played the Minish Cap Randomizer, a game we played in full on stream, and tried the randomizer out for the first time. It's actually the second Zelda randomizer I've ever attempted, and it was awesome. It was a lot less chaotic than I expected, and having just played the vanilla game, it was a really easy, it was a really accessible experience, is I guess the best way to put it. Because a lot of times I hear from people, wow, it's so daunting to try a randomizer out, like I have to beat the original game first, and yeah, totally recommend that as well. But you can go in and change settings, and you can always adjust stuff to your current skill level or comfort. I'm excited to play Bucky O'Hare when we get it in the Retro Roulette stream. I play a lot of platformers that are like licensed to like cartoon animated TV series and stuff like that. Mainly because a lot of the people that viewer request games know me well and know that I love 2D animation. Huge fan. The 2 things that inform my love for music and sound design, and part of the reason why I do sound engineering and just sound design in general and mixing, and drumming and write my own music, is because of the amazing sound design that I was introduced to as a kid, and soundtracks in retro video games and classic 2D animated cartoons. Those things kind of blend together, along with all the psychedelic rock that my dad used to listen to, and Beatles, and just like a ton of music. And I worked in a record store for just over 5 years, just before COVID here, and I learned a lot about music there. So I've been very, the record store was also a venue, so I've been very lucky to have been exposed to a lot of different types of music, in many, many different ways. And all of this informs my love for it, and I've been really enjoying the channel because I've been able to rediscover my love for classic video games as well, and just tie that into sound design. what? I'll share some of my music because I'm on my recent 600 follower celebration stream and my birthday stream we just did. I played a bunch of tunes from here. So go check out Bass and Spectra. That's what I go as for my ambient solo music project. If you're into video game music, if you're into ambient music, if you're into textural, experimental, or electronic, I guess the best way to put it is like a sonic painting. It's got interesting samples, just basically a ton of instrumental music that I've worked on since 2009. I have a bunch of stuff that's unreleased as well. Yeah, feel free to check it out. And if you want to support the music, you don't have to do it through Bandcamp. You can just do it. The music is all available to check out for free, but you can support the channel via Ko-fi. I haven't implemented too much of my music into the streams yet, but I will be doing some of that soon. I love this. Blue Tanuki. Yeah, this has got to be my favorite power-up in the game for sure. Definitely. Double star. Gotta use that sledgehammer. We do have something like a quality of life feature that lets me use the sledgehammers on locks in case we run into a soft lock and we can't get past a fortress for whatever reason. Or castle. Just trying to go for that double statue kill, that's fine. Don't have a mod in the chat, I'm just going to quickly do a shout out to Tony Alcohol here. Alright, on to the second airship. Oh, no worries. It's funny, sometimes we'll have like every single mod in the stream at once, and then sometimes we'll just be doing it solo. Oh, this is the first airship, actually. This is normally the one we would have tackled in the first game. I mentioned earlier there's another version of the randomizer that you can use that will remove auto-scrollers as well. And you really get to know how small these levels are. I think you can run through most of the airships in 13 to 15 seconds when you're not bound by the scroll. Heck yeah. Hoo-hoo-hoo. More than a 3-hitter. More than a 4-hitter. Let's go. Are all the Koopalings available in Mario Kart 8 as racers? Like every single Koopaling from Mario 3/Mario World? Because I seem to remember that they were like... They might have been added as like a DLC thing, like as a pack. I kind of stopped playing Mario Kart, like recent Mario Kart games after Mario Kart 7. I never played 8. But I spent a lot of time with my 3DS and my DS. Definitely my DS growing up. It's pretty beat up. Ooh, look at this. Cotton Candy Hills. With Mountain Dew Rivers. Alright. Oh, shit. Nice. Getting the triple star while also having a Starman.
Bam! That worked perfectly!
We avoided that. But yeah, I highly encourage you to check this out.
Nintendo.
Wow. Okay, we clipped through that fish. Remember I mentioned that there's 3 types of Cheep Cheep? That was one of the arc jumping ones. And they're supposed to be connected to water, so normally they only jump out of water, but this one is a fish out of water. Oh, that was bad. That was bad.
Wow.
Ooh. Spade House. Perfect timing. As soon as we entered Toad's house. That was insanely tight. We got to the stash box. Yeah, exactly. The meow from Mario Paint is pretty iconic for me. And the, the little baby face, I guess. You know what, that was pretty formative though. Like, I mean, technically, if you think about it, Mario Paint was the first DAW that I ever worked in. I'm sure for a lot of people my age that are, you know, sound engineers and stuff that mess around with different DAWs, that Mario Paint was the first digital audio workspace. That's funny. I don't even know the song anymore. Actually, you know what? There's a great piece of music in Mario Paint that is like very spacious, that inspired me to write one of my ambient tracks called Vavu and Vava Galaxy. Oh no, I think it's Vavu and Vava Nebula is the name. And basically, it's just a way of saying like grandpa and grandma in Portuguese. And there's just something about that particular piece of music in Mario Paint that's just really comforting. And weirdly, I don't know why it reminds me of my grandparents, but maybe because I used to play it when I lived with my grandparents. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. Just 1 second. Okay. Ooh, that's a tricky part. Whenever you're dealing with the Hammer Brothers in the water level, it's not good to be Small Mario. Super messes with your jump. Interesting. Should be able to reset this. Okay. We need this Koopa. Oh, come on. So close. This can be a level where you do run into a soft lock if you don't have a raccoon tail, tanuki tail, or a shelled enemy. Nope. Nope. I just don't want the Koopa shell to run out on me. Yeah. It's not fun. There we go. This is kind of pointless because we don't get lives from this. Oh, what the heck? Is there something up there? Okay, no, never mind. Thought I had like bumped into something. Oh, dang. This is gonna be tricky. We got really, really lucky there. Tanuki suit. First time using the sledgehammer suit in this seed. We lose it right away, that's fine. I like the color palettes here with the purple pipes and the orange enemies. Barely saw that. Total fluke. There's some real nonsense going on. Purple hills in the background. Just gonna bring it down a touch. There we go. Actually, that's probably fine. Nice. How very suiting. We go to the mushroom house and pick up mushrooms on Mushroom Island. Super suiting. Cool. Interesting. So you can go down some of these paths, but you can't. Just for like a few seconds. That's funny. Okay. This is not a fun level to have the frog suit in. But we did the frog suit challenge, and we got to the last level before this World 7 airship. So we got pretty far. And that was part of the viewer request night. You can actually challenge me to a game when you redeem the game, or when you redeem a request for Sunday night viewer request nights. You can challenge me to do a randomizer of a game, a pacifist run, a no-death run. And we got a challenge from my partner Michelle to try Frog Mario in every level, and then also it was one-hit KO mode as well. So we could never revert to Small Mario. We just instantly died when we touched an enemy. But it was good practice for just understanding how Frog Mario works. Frog can't duck. And it's not easy. Specifically this level. Wow. Interesting position to be in. We might actually be screwed here. Yeah. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get through this. That tile there. As Frog Mario anyways. Worst kind of thwomp. Whale? To be perfectly honest, I'm never going to use the cloud really for anything else, so we might as well just do it. Nope. You can run along the top, but it's not the safest way to do it. Now, ice physics in this are kind of cutting us a little bit of a break, because in Super Mario Bros. 3, only the ice blocks, the 1 tile and the 2x2 tile ice blocks, only those will have slippery ice, like, physics. But in Super Mario World and Super Mario Land 2, which we'll play in a bit, every single surface of everything, like the tops of pipes, everything is slippery. What? That pigeon plays. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well. What were you streaming today? But yeah, you'll see there's a slight difference to the way that the level physics works in Super Mario World and Super Mario Land 2, and you'll also see some similarities between the two games, considering the Game Boy game came out right after. Let's do a shout out here. Awesome. Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate that. I like the raid wave emote. You're streaming some Minecraft, nice. Are you playing Minecraft on PC or console? I used to mess around with, on the Mac, I used to mess around with Minecraft mods. With my roommates, we'd play, there's a couple of really cool mods that let you get to the moon and add like custom mobs. One of them was actually a dinosaur mod, which let you essentially like breed dinosaur eggs. It was like all the science behind Jurassic Park, basically, but in a Minecraft mod. It was pretty cool. Playing on console right now, nice. There's lots of cool things you can do with that game. It's very versatile. But I remember really enjoying the idea of being able to, like, basically you could like breed dinosaurs and have like pet dinosaurs, like a baby brontosaurus, and then you could raise it, and you could run into Triceratops and Stegosaurus and Brachiosaurus and stuff in the wild. They were extremely difficult to fight though, or to tame, but that makes sense. Ah, what? That was dumb. Oh. Gonna get some food? Nice. Gotta refuel after a stream for sure. That was close. Ew, that's sewer water at the end. That's funny. Two more levels for this world. Oh, this is a rough one. I've done it so many times now at this point, but this one gave me so much trouble as a kid. You just have to you kind of have to just get the timing perfectly. Yes, we made it. I used to struggle so much with that. And I've seen a lot of really cool, and played a lot of really cool ROM hacks that take that concept of like continuously getting stars to keep your momentum going and to also just like progress through the level fast, in a fast way. I've seen a lot of like fan-made levels that were inspired by that. You're letting this coffee take its course while you think about streaming later. Nice. What were you thinking of streaming? Are there any games that you're playing through right now that you're in the middle of? We'll be starting Paper Mario probably near the end of November. It'll be the second Mario RPG we'll play on the stream. But nothing on mind. You've been real into The Good Life lately. Nice. Never heard of it. What kind of game is that? Well, oh no. It's an open world, quirky, sweary game. What? Cool. Nice. I'll have to check it out. Is it like available on Steam? Or is it like a console thing? Oh. You're a photojournalist from New York, solving mysteries in countryside England. Oh, cool. Sounds interesting. As a game. Also, you can turn into a cat or a dog. Nice. It's kind of obscure. Imagine like the pitch meeting for that. You're an American photojournalist that can turn into a cat or a dog, trying to solve a mystery in the England countryside. And you pull those ideas out of what hat? Cool. You did it. You saved Mario's zombie cousin. Cool. World 4. I'll be right back. One sec. Alright folks, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. On to World 4. This was one of my favorites as a kid. And normally this is Giant World. Close. Whoa, we're getting raided again. Ghostosaurus with that raid. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. What were you streaming today, and how's the Sunday been going? For anyone that is new to the channel, my name's Matt, otherwise known as 3@Moon. You can catch me here every day. I play randomizer, like randomizers of retro games, but I play a ton of retro games. And right now we're doing a multi-randomizer that we started yesterday, and I do a lot of these multi-randomizers where I play 5 2D Mario games, Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3, Mario World on the SNES, and Mario Land 2. And what we do is shuffle all the attributes around, like the colors, the level physics, the enemies, the power-ups that we find in item blocks, all that sort of thing, and just make it a brand new experience. You can go to my YouTube channel and check out all my previous streams, but I'm usually streaming every day from 1 p.m. Pacific. What up, John? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Let me do some shoutouts here. Thank you so much, Ghostosaurus. You were doing some Animal Crossing update stuff. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people have been messing around with that. I actually don't have New Horizons, but I spend so much time playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on the 3DS. That one, Wild World on the DS, and the GameCube one were kind of my go-to ones. Go check out One Up John as well, another awesome retro channel. Rhino Kid, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Maybe it's Rhino Kid. Nice. Yeah, Animal Crossing on the Switch is super fun to watch people play, actually. Oh, and yeah, here's a perfect example of just how randomized the level can get. This is our World 1-1, and we're experiencing it like almost halfway through World 4. If you want to try this out yourself, you can go to the big list of game randomizers, and there's a huge list of retro games that you can shuffle around. I mean, the first game I ever played on stream was, when we started this stream back in January, was Earthbound randomized. And some games have multiple randomizers. There's actually 2 or 3 for Earthbound, 2 or 3 for Chrono Trigger. We've done Mario 64, Pokemon Stadium 2, a whole bunch. And this is my all-time favorite game, as well as my favorite game on the NES, and earlier we were all talking about our favorite, just favorite games in general. If you could pick like 1 to 3 of your favorite games. To me, this is my all-time favorite and also NES favorite. Does anybody have a favorite game on the NES? Either? Cool. Yeah, I have a playlist. We've done Mario 3. I think we've done about 30 runs, or 37 runs or something like that even, of Mario 3. And Pokemon Stadium 2 randomizer was really interesting because we did the Stadium Challenge and Gym Leader Castle, but every single round gave you a completely different set of moves. So for example, our rental Pokemon, in the first round, Blastoise would have 4 moves, and then the next round we would actually have an option for a different Blastoise. And it goes like through all the modes, all the different stadium cups, like Little Cup, Poke Cup, that way. So it's interesting because you actually can experience like multiple different movesets for your favorite Pokemon, for example. It was very interactive as well. One of my favorite things about that stream and series was the fact that everyone was building teams together in the chat. And that's where I have most of my fun on the channel here, is when things are interactive. Black Dragon Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Oh, nice. Mario 3 or Mega Man 3 are your favorites. Very cool. I didn't spend a lot of time with the Mega Man classic games on the NES, just because I always found them tough. But I did play some Mega Man 1 and 2, and a little bit of Mega Man X, but those games always proved to be very difficult for me. Could be a fun challenge, though, to take on. I know that the Legacy Collection, or like the Anniversary Collection, was somewhat recently on sale as well. It's fairly affordable. Cool, we're gonna jump into the castle here. Oh. Oh, damn. The timing. Uh-huh. Yep. Gonna go grab some dinner. Nice. Let me just quickly toss you a follow as well. If you're not following Ghostosaurus, please go give them a follow. Awesome. Well, enjoy dinner, and I appreciate you sharing your community over here. Okay. Do this. And just a sec. Okay, I'm back. Cool. Also today, we're not just playing Super Mario Bros. 3, we're going to be playing Super Mario World and Super Mario Land 2 randomized. So that way we'll have played five 2D Mario games. The other thing is that they're all using the same seed. They all have different settings, of course, because each randomizer is different and each game is different, but they're all using the same seed, 1337. So if you want to check out the big list of game randomizers and try these exact levels, you can do that. And yeah, we're doing a little throwback to some early internet lore with Leet. What's up, Voids? Welcome to the stream. Another awesome streamer. Mario Party Superstars, that's that compilation. I've been having a blast watching people play that. In fact, in the intermission for the last like 4 streams, we've been playing music just from the first 3 Mario Party games. And I'm a big fan of the soundtrack in those games. Oh, no. We had it. Not too much, just chilling. Nice. Well, thanks for joining. The Pokemon games are coming closer. Oh, the new one's coming out. Yeah, I'm really excited for Pokemon Arceus Legends. I do a regular co-op of just different Nuzlocke challenges with my buddy Rathe V. Murray, who's another retro streamer. And normally we do it every Wednesday at 11 AM Pacific. Both of us stream at the same time. And right now, we did Pokemon Emerald, and we got only as far as the 7th gym, and we're doing a co-op in that our Pokemon encounters in the Nuzlocke challenge are linked. So we're doing the Soul Link rules. You can look that up if you're curious about it. It's a lot of fun. We're playing Pokemon Suite right now. We're in our like 8th part, and we're doing some training, just about to take on the 3rd gym. So we're moving a lot slower through it, but it's a really interesting ROM hack of Fire Red, and it redesigns all the Pokemon as edible treats, like cakes, brownies, candy apples, that sort of thing. And it also changes the typing. I think that's the most interesting thing to me, is that it's kind of like playing Pokemon for the very first time, because we're learning new weaknesses, new typings, which are flavors. We're learning new resistances. So I always have the type chart up when we're playing it, but you can go check out those previous parts on YouTube. And I highly recommend checking out the game if you do want to find that experience of just discovering Pokemon again for the first time. Love those Sweet Boys. We actually have a Pokemon called Sweet Ball, which is what they call the Pokeballs. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire Nuzlocke is interesting. Yeah, that's a fun game. That's actually the most recent Pokemon game I've played, was the Alpha Sapphire game. And then I never really played Sun and Moon, just watched people play it. And I've pretty much only seen maybe a collective half an hour of footage from Pokemon Sword and Shield, so I don't really know a lot of the Pokemon in that current gen. But I'm a big fan of Pokemon Showdown, and played a lot of Pokemon Showdown during Gen 7, when Sun and Moon came out, so I'm familiar with them. But I did really enjoy the Gen 3 remakes. I'm not that excited for the Gen 4 remakes. I'm actually, the second that they showed visuals on it, they unsold me. I was instantly sold and was 100% going to buy them, but I'd much rather play, I think, the DS games. Play the originals. It looks like Funko Pop, the video game. I'm not a fan of the aesthetic. I don't know why. They look like toys, and Link's Awakening did the whole toy aesthetic thing much better. The Link's Awakening on the Switch, so I, unfortunately, might have to pass on that one. And being such a big Pokemon fan, and a fan of Gen 4 as well, I was really excited, and the excitement completely is dissipated, and I'm only excited for Pokemon Arceus Legends, in my opinion. It almost seems like Game Freak is only excited about Pokemon Arceus Legends, and the remakes are kind of like an afterthought. Feels like they're making it because there's such a demand to have them made, not because they want to make them. What the? Is there an actor that's going to be playing Goku? Wait, did they cast Chris Pratt as the voice of Goku? Is he playing Goku, Garfield, and Mario all in 2022? Are you kidding me? We gave him too much power. That is an overpowered Spirit Bomb. I like to think that once he married into the Schwarzenegger family, that he just had an instant in Hollywood. Not that he already didn't. Kamehameha is powered by the Holy Spirit. Carl Rocco, welcome to the stream. It's going pretty good, actually. Having a good day. Hope you are too. That's funny. I can't wait for Super Goku Field Brothers 3. Super Goku Field Brother Ball Z. On the next episode of... Karako. I'm only getting the remix so that my daughters can experience what I did all those years with Gen 4. I could see that. I could see that the Gen 4 games themselves aren't as accessible as they're making these new ones to be. But I feel like if you look at how they did Gen 2 remade in Gen 4, it was really interesting to see Gen 2 in that style. I was actually hoping for them to remake Gen 4. I was hoping for the remakes to actually be in the aesthetic and the same engine as Sword and Shield. I do realize that takes a lot of effort, and you know, Sword and Shield is a completely different type of Pokemon game, but That's 100% what my expectation was. So when I saw that, I was like, ah. But I totally understand from the perspective of like accessibility and, you know, being able to share that with your kids. That's pretty cool. Like, I still remember the first time I borrowed a friend's gray brick Game Boy, and then borrowed another friend's copy of Pokemon Blue like months later. I had to go out and get both, but I was hooked, and discovering it for the first time myself was really interesting. Let's head back. Just checking out the chat here. You thought it was also a joke. Oh wow, so it's actually real. That's insane. I think that he married into the Schwarzenegger family, and I think that because he's been the governor of California and he's a superstar, and also because Chris Pratt is all into bodybuilding, just like his new father-in-law, Arnold, he is just going to be like, he's just taking, either he's taking every opportunity he can get, or all of a sudden he has all these ends because he's part of Arnold's family. So yeah, I'm calling nepotism, but also at the same time, it's very possible that he has a whole bunch of blackmail secrets on Hollywood executives. No, I'm kidding. The best Goku voice actor is Peter Kalamis, the Ocean dub actor. Nice. You still kind of find it funny that Arnold was calling him Chris Evans for a while. That's even funnier. Goku has to go train at the Hillsong. At the Hillsong Church. Oh, yikes. He's who Arnold wishes married into the family. Oh man, that's so funny. Oh, you even got them Omega Ruby, but they love the Switch. Interesting. Yeah, you know what? I could see that. And as a kid, if I had the ability to play Switch, like I grew up with the gray brick Game Boy. I got the gray brick DS, like the first one. I have the first model of the 3DS, and even if I just had the 3DS as a kid, I mean, it's pretty crazy some of the stuff that you can do on the Switch, and some of the games for the Switch. There's actually a really cool game called Unpacking, which just came out. It's an indie game available on Steam and on the Switch, and it's really, really relaxing, sort of like a de-stressing game. It's an isometric unpacking game where you literally go in and just like click through boxes like you moved into a new house. So you go room to room and take things out of the kitchen boxes and put them away. And you get points for it, and it's also like a sandbox environment. It's really beautiful. It's got a lot of cool sound design, and it's available on the Switch with all sorts of different control schemes. That's a game that if I was a kid growing up and I had the Switch, I would 100% want to play. I mean, I want to play it now, but don't have it yet. It just came out. Oh, thanks for the follow, Carl Rocco. I appreciate that. You've always loved Pokemon, but didn't start playing until Gen 4. Cool. So first for me was Gen 1. Bach is saying, a current long-term project of mine is getting a GameCube loader and maybe a GBA flash card so you can get the most accurate emulation for those respective systems. Oh, cool. There's a lot of really, really cool GBA games out there. There's a ton of licensed games that aren't that great, but there's a lot of really great GBA games. Yeah, there's a lot of buzz about Unpacking. So here's the thing, there's 24,000 samples in the game, sound samples, just based on like when you put an item down on a surface. So you can, like, for example, put like a can of like what would be like air freshener, like Febreze, on a metal table, a wood table, a hardwood floor, a carpet, on a pillow. You can put it, like, you can just like set it down on a pillow, set it down on a bed sheet, on a flower pot, like all sorts of things. And each individual sound that you hear when you just drop that one particular object on another particular material is unique. There's no reuse sounds in that way, which is crazy to me. As a sound designer, that is just like such an endeavor. It will probably be, you know, it's also oftentimes can be a little thankless. You put all that effort into it, but it just adds so much charm to the game, I think. And it's not necessary, but it really just makes the game, like sound design wise, stand out, which is cool in my eyes. It sounds chill like Sky. Oh, Sky is great. Yeah, Sky's a really cool, like mellow experience. Yeah, I'm really into games that de-stress me. Like Stardew Valley will be starting a farm on stream very soon, and you know, things like playing Animal Crossing, like Ghostosaurus was just streaming, fishing, and just farming in Stardew Valley. Playing puzzle games, those things de-stress me a lot. And Unpacked has this sort of really relaxing sandbox arcade puzzle vibe to it. Or unpacking. Of course. My controller just reset. Just one sec here. Yeah, I do. I stream retro more often than not. I do a lot of ROM hacks, and I do a thing called the Retro Roulette, which is interactive. You can spin the wheel, and whatever game we get as part of the wheel, I have to play. And we do themed ones like spooky games we did for Halloween. We've done space and sci-fi themed games, animal themed games. Thank you for the hydrate. Chris Pratt and all the other actors would get sued. Carl Rocco, recently I bought Pokemon Green from Japan on the original Game Boy because you've always wanted to do a Gen 1 game. Oh, interesting. That one has some really interesting, unique sprites. If you're diving into Gen 1 with Pokemon Green, there's a lot of sprites that didn't get carried over into the newer games. The depth of sound effects in Unpacking sounds bonkers. It's crazy. I saw just an example of it on Twitter and I was blown away. I don't know. I don't know why they're hiring noobs. And Cyphers, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Sunday. We're doing 3 Mario games today. We did 2 yesterday, all using the same seed. Hollywood thinks all the big names will bring in the... Nice. Yeah, I mean... I have, I guess, little to no opinion on it, because I'm probably not going to watch any of those movies. I'll attempt to watch the Mario movie. I'll give it a shot. Just because I'm a fan. Oh, I love the 1-up emotes. John. Ooh. Why is this so tough? This shouldn't be. The controller's all reset now. We've got random health. Oh, thank God, it's 2. Oh, nice. Yeah, 1-Up John does some really cool streams. I really enjoyed an N64 one that he was doing. I got to catch it between streams, and it was super fun. There's a lot of, you know, talking about how there's great games on the GBA. There's a lot of great N64 games that I've been discovering recently, too. Ones that I've just never played. Yeah, Cyphers is an awesome streamer as well. Does a lot of really cool retro stuff. Link to the Past Randomizer if you're a big fan of that. You want the real deal. I want the real Goku playing Goku. And, yeah. That's funny. Okay. Well, 5. That's what I want. Just a simple mushroom. Oh, wait. There we go. Interesting. Hiding in a block. Oh wow, why is my performance just gone straight down the drain? Oh yeah, if Nintendo wasn't aware of the whole N64 expansion pack thing, that'd be pretty dopey. You signed up because of your kids and tried it out, and the game choices are blah. there's a lot of really good games on the N64, like I was saying, that just aren't the typical ones you would expect. Like, there's a lot of, like, hidden gems, I guess is the best way to put it. Let's try this again. Nope. How about this? Unfortunately, we never get left with the boot when we kill Karibo's shoe in the randomizer for some reason. So even though they can randomize, you don't get to actually use the boot. I've actually never run into it using the randomizer. Hug this wall, because there's always enemies. Oh, fuck you, Luggins. Thank you. Actually, this past Wednesday was my birthday, and we did our first subathon, and I played Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and that's another one that, for me, I guess is a hidden gem, because I knew about it, obviously. Super aware of the game, but I never really played it past about 5 minutes into it as a kid, and it was so fun to experience. It was such a cool new way to delve into like a Zelda game. And for me, it was extremely explorative. It took me about 5 hours to like figure out what to do to just get back to my normal human form. But I had a blast doing it. A lot of people came out and showed their support, and people were really helpful as well. It was a lot of fun. We just set up a Ko-fi account to support the channel, and we got a bunch of birthday donations, which was awesome. People helping to keep the channel going, and we had a bunch of people who gifted subs to new followers, new subscribers. A whole bunch of new people discovered the channel. And I'm definitely going to be playing some more Majora's Mask in the future. Beautiful game musically. Like, I knew a lot about the soundtrack and used to just kind of like listen to the soundtrack on my iPod in high school. But it was great to experience it for the first time. There's not really many other Zelda games I haven't played in full besides Skyward Sword, which the HD version is kind of intriguing me, and Breath of the Wild. Those are the only two. Oh, nice. Yours is on the 12th. Heck yeah. You gonna be doing a stream, or are you gonna just be taking the day off for your birthday, or? And if so, what are you doing? Like, what will you be streaming? Your birthday takes a while. Nice. My partner's in, my birthday is early November, and then my partner's is on the 20th, so it's kind of cool that we get to celebrate them together, and our anniversary is just before, and then we got Halloween. It's quite the stretch of celebrations. It's nice. I really, really enjoyed Majora's Mask. It definitely engaged me more than Ocarina of Time did at first. Like, if I'm talking about just like the first section of the game. Nice. We're doing good, we're doing good. Yeah, I'm excited. After this, we're going to do Super Mario World using the same randomization seed, and then we're going to be doing Super Mario Land 2 on the Game Boy. Black Dragon, are you asking me? Mine is, mine's the 3rd. Mine was this past Wednesday. That was annoying. Thank you again to Tony Uncle Al for the raid, Ghostosaurus for the raid, and and the Pigeon Player for the raid. I appreciate that. I'll actually save this time so we don't have to see that again. March the 2nd. Cool. And my dad's got a March birthday. Nice. You know what? We played Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure recently. You were talking about, you know, Chris Pratt as Goku and a whole bunch of other things. Dragon Ball related, but I was playing Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure somewhat recently. We played it on Game Boy Advance, and it's such a fun beat-em-up. I'm a huge fan of Akira Toriyama's work, especially in the original Dragon Ball. I've noticed that as I got older, I kind of lost a little bit of interest in Dragon Ball Z, like where it went, but I used to love it as a kid. But Dragon Ball is just so good. Such a classic story, and I can relate to it a lot, and I really enjoy revisiting that series. I think I kind of want to revisit it again from the beginning. It's got some great animation, great character designs, and it's been a while actually. Last time I revisited it would have been almost 10 years ago. I'm a big fan also of Akira Toriyama's designs of enemies and Dragon Warrior, that series, and a whole bunch of other things. The Dragon Ball Ultimate Battle 22 and Dragon Ball Final Bout are fun games. Cool. I've definitely heard of Ultimate Battle 22, but I never played it. I used to also play a lot of the Budokai games, like the first 3. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 on the PlayStation 2 was like, I almost wore out the CD. But yeah, there's something about just like the core principles of like martial arts and the whole discipline that, and the lessons that Goku learns in Dragon Ball, and the character designs like are a little more cartoony, and I think I just gravitate towards that because I love 2D animation, like classic Looney Tunes and Ren and Stimpy and that kind of thing. So I think it just leans more into that a little bit of a silliness. I think I will revisit that series. So this is like considered a transition area, so we actually can't go through the pipe with a star. The same as those little half pipe areas, where if you go through a pipe on an overworld and it takes you to a one-screen transition area, if you have a star, you can't go through the pipe until you're uninvincible. Little funny quirks you learn as you play. Yeah, I didn't really play the Tenkaichi Budokai ones. Like the second series of Budokai games, I stopped at 3 as well. The first 3. Used to play them with my cousins. That's the thing, like certain games were just so fantastic to play co-op. And actually got a second controller somewhat recently so that me and my partner can play some more co-op streams. Yeah, it's a completely different animal of a game. Let's get that blue Tanuki. Tabluki. That's a whole load of Tabluki. Yes. Just go. Use the iframes. Oh. Okay, I didn't expect that. could have used the statue there. That was actually dumb. Nope. Oh, no, we weren't able to do it. That's fine. Just go for it. Oh, come on. How many enemies are they going to throw at us? Just trying to give us a huge rush of enemies at the end. Or was it the opposite? I think the Tanuki suit is just one of the coolest power-ups in this game. Alright, we're swimming in the root beer. It's like a root beer float level because this cloud texture looks like ice cream. Oh, man, that was dumb. Nope. It's quicker to actually just redo it. Just a sec. Just gonna get some water. What was it? Interesting. Interesting. The new Mario Bros. Movie was leaked and placed online until it got deleted. But it got deleted. That's kind of dumb. Like, don't leak something that people are putting money into. I know, I mean, even if you're like, I can't wait to see it, just wait. Because a lot of people that leak stuff like that, they're like, obviously fans, and they want to support the series. That's the complete opposite way of supporting it. I want Nintendo to make more movies, so I want it to be a success, but I want it to also be good. You know what I mean? They've got a really bad history of being burned on, like, the film world, so... And I think that The Wizard still to this day is one of my favorite movies of all time. But I might be a little biased, considering this is my favorite game. And because I was playing Super Mario Bros. 3, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Double Dragon are all around the same time that they were showed, that I watched that film, that they were like kind of showed off in the film. And so for me, I just have like such a nostalgic association with it. But yeah, unfortunately, Nintendo hasn't had a good run with the film world. So hopefully this is gonna be successful at least. I'm sure it will. I think it's stupid that they're setting up a cinematic universe and planning to release a Super Smash Bros. Movie in 2034 when it'll be like, how long since a Smash game has been released? I guarantee you they're not doing another Smash, at least not with Sakurai. And if they're gonna do a Smash movie, they should have done that one first. They're just trying to copy that whole Marvel cinematic universe business model, and it's like, I get it. I understand where it's coming from. Money. But like, we don't need the origin story of Donkey Kong to understand that he's in a Super Smash Bros. Movie. was so insane. Whew. This is Hammer Brother Hell. This is the Hammer horror level, like the Hammer horror films. We're gonna face Christopher Lee at the end. Oh. Nope. Wow, just to be able to... Oh. That's not fair. Oh my god. Oh. That's brutal. Nope. The slowdown doesn't help. The slowdown does not help. Because we just have so many sprites on the screen. Jump. Jump. That was insane.
That was brutal!
Wow.
And there goes the battle!
Nice. I'm gonna skip level 7. If you want to see me play some really cool Super Mario Bros. 3 ROM hacks, I've got a playlist on my YouTube channel as well. We played and beat Super Mario Bros. 3 Mix, which is awesome, Mario Adventure, which has some flaws, but was made like 11 years before. It's in the early era of ROM hacking, so I forgive it. And we also played Super Mario Bros. 3 Rainbow Realms and Rainbow Realms 2. I highly recommend those two if you just beat Super Mario Bros. 3 and you're looking for like a new adventure that kind of feels akin to it and matches that whole like difficulty level. Like if you can beat Mario 3, you can definitely beat those ones. Super Mario Bros. 3 Rainbow Realms was released by Blue Crush in 2018. And then Rainbow Realms 2, which isn't as good as Rainbow Realms, but is still pretty great to play. And I still highly recommend it. Was released in 2020 actually, so it's very, very recent, but definitely check it out. There's a lot more Super Mario Bros. 3 ROM hacks these days now that programs like Super Mario Bros. 3 Foundry exist. It's essentially like a Mario Maker for editing Mario 3, or like a Lunar Magic. that is going to be tricky. Good. Somehow glitched him up above us. Nope. I love that all the World 5 levels seem to have a ton of Hammer Brother levels. And I'm being completely sarcastic, I do not love that at all. It sucks. Fuck. How does he stop us in our tracks? That makes no sense. It's fine. Just get me out of here. No. Just go, go, go. I don't care. Out of the root beer. Yikes. Yikes. That could have been anything, and of course it's just a coin, which is useless because we have infinite lives. Almost there. Yo, what's up, Parahacks? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well, man. can't lead him that way. There we go. We were just talking about Super Mario Bros. 3 Foundry and how it lets you edit levels. And if you're a fan of Super Mario World ROM hacks or just level editing in general, Lunar Magic, you want to learn a little bit more, or you just want to see some really cool level design happening live, go check out Parahax's channel. He recently put out a Halloween hack that was made in, like, I think just over 1 week, called House of King Boo, which is a really, really cool ROM hack that's just like, it's like a Kaizo hack, but it's also almost like a level gauntlet where you take on King Boo. He also released a full ROM hack called Voyager, which is pretty fantastic, and in 2019, that all happened this year, and then 2019 released Curse of King Boo. You should be able to find it up on Super Mario World Central. But I usually have a blast there hanging out while levels are being made. Oh, no Lakitu. No fish. Hey, if you're looking for some ridiculous enemy placement ideas, it's here. Thank you for the lurk. Oh. Oh. Nice. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. Take care. Another awesome streamer as well. If you want to go check out Bako Clock. And you want to watch someone play, potentially later this evening, if you want to watch someone play a game as a photojournalist, as an American photojournalist that can turn it into a cat or a dog in the England countryside, then go check out The Good Life on Box channel. I'm not sure if he's streaming it, but I know he's playing it. It feels like I just made all that up at the top of my head. That's actually apparently what the game's about. Oh. Yo, Henny. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We haven't run into... I think we've actually run into 2 of you in the game so far. 2 chain chomps. Oh, that part used to give me such trouble. Not much. We're just continuing the randomizer from yesterday. We played 1 and 2. Alright, you can just stay there, dude. And once we beat this, we're gonna do some Mario World. Yes! Oh, nice. Yeah, Bach is streaming Good Life. Probably just take a short break very shortly. We'll do a couple more levels, then I'll take a short break. Just gonna make a coffee and get a little bit of food, and we'll be right back. So just to show off that quality of life hack, because we're probably not going to need all the hammers. You can do that. You can break locks with hammers now. At least in this randomizer. I'm still going to beat the castle though. I don't need to, but... Nope. That was very silly. Ooh. Yep, I'm an idiot. Screw your platforms. Boom. There we go. Nope. It's like, I don't mind if I take hits. It's totally fine. Just keep moving, especially if you got those iframes. Iframes can just be so useful. In fact, even just playing the game as just Small Mario, I've seen people do the Small Mario challenge in this before, and it's actually kind of cool. Good. Perfect level to cheese an ice level. Yes. Nope. There we go. There we go. Gotta use those enemies to your advantage. If you hold A, just like in Super Mario World, you get that extra height. Heck yeah. Yo, Grandmaster Farmer, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Right back, 1 second. I think what I'm gonna actually do, funny enough, now that Grandmaster Farmer's here, I'm gonna go take a break. That's funny. Just a second here. I'm gonna just switch the music up, I think. Yeah, cool. And we're going to play some music from Mario Party 3. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take a short break just to get bathroom break, a little coffee, and a little food. Here's some music from Mario Party 3. Stick around. Thanks again to Ghostosaurus for the raid. Thanks to Tony Uncle Al for the raid and the Pigeon Player. And also, thanks to those who show up on the regular. Thank you to Carl Rocco for the recent follow. Meowthspal as well. I will not be long. Alright folks, thanks again for your patience. I am just going to finish up eating here, and then we'll be back to it. We'll finish the next 2 worlds, and complete Super Mario Bros. 3, and then move on. We'll take a short break there, and then move on to Super Mario World, using the same seed, 1337. If you want to check out any of these games yourself, randomized, go check out the big list of game randomizers. I highly recommend checking it out. So it won't be long, and we'll be back in just a moment.
This is as far as you go!
Thank you for your patience, folks. We're just trying to find my partner's phone at the moment, so it's taking a second here. Thanks for sticking around. Hope you're having an awesome Sunday so far. And hello, Daryl and Shaky Otis and Nicolette. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we're back. We're just going to continue World 6 and see if we can't get to the end of this run. Let me know if you need less or more game audio, and I can adjust it at any time. Might just actually just bring it down a touch there. Cool. Yeah, I haven't done a Super Mario Bros. 3 like full run in a bit, so that's nice. Oh wow, okay. Look at this. That's a little bit of a challenge. Oh yeah, this is not gonna happen here. I just want to see if we can actually do this. Okay, see you in a bit. Oh. This is brutal right here. The fact that they would ever expect anybody to do this in the first shot is crazy. That's way too tight. Come on. That's crazy. Save, 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 save. Just go for it. Take the iframes. Fuck right off, man. Oh. Oh. This is a chaotic, super chaotic series of enemies. We've had some really, really wild levels.
Wow.
Not a fun level to have to deal with these enemies, to the point that just kill me. Kill me. There we go. If we can skip this level, I absolutely will. Yep. It's one of my least favorite levels. It's so specific what you need to solve it, and I'm just not a fan. Yep, that's what I absolutely was expecting. Yeah, I saw that hammer brother that was about to fall on us. Yeah, I think I'd rather have the fire flower here. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind, never mind. Now let's take this boom boom out with fire. Fire and ice. This is the sewer system for the Mushroom Kingdom. You don't want to be down here. But hey, he signed up for the job. He's the plumber. Shoot. Can't run through this part because you just don't know what's going to happen. This is another level that can be a total pain if you don't know where you're going. That's unfortunate. Ah. There we go. Nice and fast. Nice and fast. Yes. Oh. Koopa saved us. Oh, right between the faces. On to World 7. So this is supposed to be an Angry Sun level. We just got a bunch of blue piranha plants. Fish. And it's not even a desert level, it's actually a grass level. No survivors. Actually, there's a bunch of survivors, but... Oh, I forgot we had to do the airship. That's fine. This is one of my favorite things ever. The frog, the way the frog animates when it's running in the cutscene here to catch up to the anchor is the best. That. Whoop. That's too funny. Just because they couldn't in time get Frog Mario just in standard movement to get to where they needed to. So they just speed it up. It's pretty funny. Frog Mario on an airship is pretty much hard mode. especially this one, because we got all these platforms. Oh, that was dumb. Ah, don't do this to me. Okay, we'll take on the Koopaling as a ribbit. Yes, that was ultra luck. Got a one-hitter. Also, I think there's going to be some custom animation when we're Frog Mario and Tanuki Mario once we save the prince. We haven't seen that often in the game, but if you're Frog or Tanuki Mario, he's like, oh, let me transform you back too. Thanks for helping me. Yeah, see, oh me, oh my, you've been transformed. Shall I change you back with this wand? Returns the favor. Greetings. I am well. It's like, weren't you kidnapped? Stockholm Syndrome. Yes. It's a great level to be the frog in because we can do this. Another thing I didn't really know too much about as a kid. This is a secret that I learned through playing the randomizer. I also like that our frog suit has red eyes as well. Purple Hills again. Nice. Does anyone remember D12? Purple Hills. It's a pretty funny one-hit wonder. Oh, that was pointless. I mentioned this before, if you're in a transition area, you actually can't use the pipe. Oh, you can as Frog Mario. That is so... what a weird quirk. Okay. So normally in that pipe transition area, or in the transition area, which is like the Tower of Babel that lets you climb from the bottom of World 5 to the top of World 5, those two things, whenever your standard Mario, or your Sledgehammer Mario, or your Fire Mario, you can actually... If you have the Starman power-up, you can't use the pipes. But apparently, if you're Frog Mario and you have the Starman power-up, you can use the pipes. That's such a weird, specific quirk. But we've been locked out of the pipes every single time we've had a Starman, except for when we've been Frog Mario. It's interesting. We got 42 coins. That's funny. Again, that number makes its way into our playthrough. Can't jump on that cheap. Damn, we're on a roll. We are on a roll today. Nothing I like less than a auto-scroller ice level in a Mario game. Or, to be honest, in any video game, any platformer. Hell, we played Sonic the Hedgehog 1 on the Master System, because apparently there are Master System and Game Gear versions of Sonic 1 to 3, but they're completely different. They have all original levels. They came out after the Genesis games, but Sonic the Hedgehog 1 actually has a freaking auto-scroll level where you have to just slow down to a crawl, which is the complete antithesis of Sonic. I thought that was a really funny discovery. I never grew up with the Master System or the Game Gear, and a lot of the Master System games are ported to Game Gear. We've actually been discovering a lot of really cool ones. We played Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on Master System as well, and we also played the Game Gear version, which is also available on Master System, of Deep Duck Trouble, a really great platformer that's sort of like a spin-off offshoot of the DuckTales games. It's not made by Capcom, but it's Donald Duck returning a bunch of cursed treasures that Scrooge and his nephews plundered in the previous games. Now Scrooge is cursed, so Donald has to travel the world and return the treasures. But it's a really fantastic game, and it also has that similar sort of Disney platformer mechanic where there's like boxes or bricks that you can either pick up and toss towards enemies, or hit with your cane towards enemies, or hide under like in Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. It has like a similar mechanic. And we also played Land of Illusion. There are 3 Mickey Mouse games that are separate from the SNES and Genesis ones. Land of Illusion, Master of Illusion, and something else. And that was a Mickey Mouse platformer that's also quite good. Like, they're pretty precise platformers, and, you know, despite the license, it really doesn't matter what the license is. This is a very Halloween palette. I'm into that. We might be screwed, though, because we're just getting dry bones and booze. And we need a shell to progress in this level. Or a shelled enemy. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to make this one. So I'm gonna touch 4 heads with a boo. We're skipping it. Ooh, crazy rush of allergies. Wow. Nope, we gotta die. Because we also need the raccoon tail for this one. Or do we? We gotta go go down here. This is the Tanuki suit, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, I like that the Tanuki suit is blue in this level palette, because then it actually suits to Bluky. Then you simply just run until you see a plus of bricks. There it is. Haha, of course. Because I hit the bricks, it did not work out for us. Hit the bricks. Oh, you're kidding me. This is not a hard thing to do. Why is it proving to be so difficult? There we go. There we go. Get him with the stench. Get him with the stench. Got these super strong fisherman's friends. So I may make some sour faces. Don't mind me. Just pretend someone farted. Or something. Nope. That was a dumb move. We can't attack enemies underwater. I always forget this. Such a simple thing. Oh yeah, that's extra strength. That's why I only had half of it. Sheesh. Ooh. This is not a fun enemy to have follow us through here. Oh, come on. That's not cool. The fish of death. Also, a big shout out to Lord Loki Asgard for the birthday donation on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Not sure if I was able to say that on stream yet. It helps keep the channel going. If you're not following Lord Loki, they do a lot of really cool retro streaming. I think they're fairly new to retro streaming. They do some cool stuff. We saved ourselves at least. Skaboopy. We're so close. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay, we gotta do this one again. That was dumb. Thought I saved. My apologies for that. Nice, you're making a Koops emote from the 1,000-Year Door. Heck yeah. Nice. I think from Paper Mario 1, my favorite partners, just from memory, because we're going to be revisiting it later this month, but my favorite partners have to be Lady Bow or Lady Bow. And, what's his name? Why is it on the tip of my tongue? It's not Cooper. Yeah, it is Cooper, because Koops is from 1,000-Year Door. It's gotta be Cooper. In 1,000-Year Door, my favorite's gotta be the Baby Yoshi. I love the idea that every version of it has a different colored Yoshi, like every playthrough. And then Bobbery, even though I'm not a huge fan of Bombette in Paper Mario 1, Bobbery's pretty badass. Cooper had a bandana and Koops had the hoodie. Yeah, totally. I remember the hoodie. They both have bandages on their face, interestingly, though. Oh, weird. Both inspired by Nelly. It's not done yet. Oh. How about everyone else? What's your favorite partners, whether it's like their ability on the field, or favorite partners to battle with in the game, or just favorite design-wise? What are your favorite ones to play as in Paper Mario 1 or Paper Mario 2? Feel free to share it in the chat. So whatever level randomized here when we played the Frog Mario challenge, this is actually as far as we got, which is pretty crazy. We did a run of this, a randomizer run, where we played just as Frog Mario and we had Oko mode on. So if we touched anything, we instantly died. We only started with 10 lives, and we got to this level, like this point, just before the 4th. Oh, I didn't know about that. Look at this. Like, I learned so much about this game through the randomizer. I never knew that was there, and I'm gonna always remember that. That's really cool. It's probably supposed to be like a P-switch somewhere. But yeah, we got basically to this point, and then because Frog Mario can't duck, there was like a 1x1 tile. A single tile gap we could not get through. Kind of a silly way to have that halt the run, though. Or a silly reason to halt the run. Ooh, love the color palette here. Really cool. Yeah, this is a really cool color palette. All the golden rocky wrenches. I feel like this Koopaling looks the most like Bowser. I'm not sure if this is Ludwig. Or if it's... No, it's not Morton Jr. It's definitely Ludwig, because Morton Jr. and Roy pretty much look the same. Oh, this is tricky because he's got the double ground pound. That's Ludwig? Cool, cool. That's what I thought, because he's got like the crazy Beethoven hair. Is Roy the one that's pink? It's got the pink shell, and then the other one, Morton Koopa Jr., is the one that has the star. Like he's a member of KISS on his eye, but he also looks exactly the same as Roy. And then Iggy and Lemmy look the same, and I think Lemmy is the one that isn't on the bouncing ball, and then Iggy is the one that is on the bouncing ball. Cool. I always for some reason get the pairings confused. Oh, look at this. Looky. Look where we are. Oh, that's all we have for items. That is actually not good. That is not a good state to be in for items. We're going to see some glitchy enemies on these auto-scroller... World 8 levels. So we're going to be paying attention to the animation of the enemy. That told me it was a Koopa, so I could jump on it. But mainly we're going to be looking at the animation. That's going to be our main tell, to know if we can actually jump on it or not. Oh god. That's nuts. Okay. Oh, hair-wise, Lemmy has yellow hair and Iggy has blue. Cool. Not getting lucky having these bloopers in this area. That's not the best enemies to deal with here. Fish just hiding. Glitch bloops. Let's go. Love the blue and orange color palette on the Boom Boom. And we're done. My strat is to just always hug the right here. You were wrong. Larry has blue hair, Iggy has green hair, and Lemmy has rainbow hair and is on the ball. Ah, forgot about Larry. That's because you forgot about Larry. Every Koopaling's got something to say like... No, I'm kidding. I'm not doing it. That's a cheap we can't jump on, so... Nope, that is a boomerang, brother. Even though he's literally just throwing rocky wrenches at us. That's great. Wrench bro. Now here, we're not going to face a Boom Boom, we're actually going to face just a random enemy, so we just have to hope that it's not an enemy, like a single Koopa, or an enemy that's a shelled enemy, because you can't kill a single shelled enemy in a single room without another enemy if you are Small Mario, Super Mario, or even if you are Raccoon Mario. Your tail, you can't actually like use your tail to take out a Koopa shell, believe it or not. It'll just flip it into its shell or it'll send it forward. So we just gotta get lucky and hope that we find an enemy that we can beat. If there was two shelled enemies, that's a whole other story. You can actually use one to kill the other, but because there's only one enemy in this room, I think it's normally a hammer brother. It makes it real tough. If you have Fire Flower, if you have... So yeah, Frog Mario won't do it, but if you have the Fire Flower or the Tanuki suit at the very end, then you can pretty much solve it. This we should be okay. Yeah. He's a shelled enemy, but that's the throwing Buzzy Beetle. So when you jump on them normally, they don't turn into a shell. So we got lucky there. We got unlucky because for some reason we weren't able to open this, but because this is why we did the quality of life hack, so that we can use the hammer to break the lock, so we don't soft lock ourselves. That would just be silly. Oh, this is a terrible level to have to take on like this. Yeah, because they're gonna be everywhere. Damn. Oh. We have to basically like look at the amount of accuracy this game is fucking requiring of us right now. Especially in this level, the Hammer Brothers. That hammer's still coming down, and all of them are. Damn. That was extremely lucky. No. Way too many close calls. This whole run has actually just been very nerve-wracking that way. We're also 5 minutes away from hitting 4:20 if you're in that Pacific time zone. If you feel like you need to take a break, check your driving, run a hologram, activate flower power, whatever you gotta do. No. Power that flower. Yeah, worth it. No, not worth it. Oh, nice. You just finished the line work for your Koops emo. Now you're working on the rendering. Cool. Nice. I always hug the right. It's the only way to do it. Between the wrenches. Between two wrenches. That's funny. Great. Fuck off. Whew. Save. watch, we won't be able to use the pipe, right? What? It still lets us do it? Okay. There has to be some sort of weird internal setting that's just like some different behavior that I've never seen before.
Wow.
Normally, if you have the star, you can't go through those pipes. Oh.
Yay!
Thanks for the moons. The moon, the good luck. I mean, I don't need 3 extra lives, but we'll take them. We'll always take 3 extra lives. Yes, perfect. Nope. This does not need to be this difficult. Hopefully, this one isn't too much of a... I love the color palette here, though. The pink. Looks great. It's almost like a grapefruit-themed area. Oh shoot, hopefully we get a mushroom here. That's not good. Wow. Yep, that's what I want. There's a hidden one up there, okay. We just need to get in here, so that's fine. Oh my god, no, don't give me Hammer Brothers here. Another Hammer Brother Hell level. Oh. Nope. Fuck you. It's the Hammer Brother up above that's messing with us. Way too many close calls, but I'm loving it. It's great. Okay, this is it. This is going to be the last Boom Boom, the last auto-scroller, and the last level before Bowser's Castle. So I knew it was going to take me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours. We took a bunch of breaks in between, though, but it's going to take me roughly that amount of time, so I'm glad that we waited till today to do this. Because we streamed from like 9 to 12 for about 3 hours yesterday and beat Mario 1 and 2. Randomized, and yeah, there was no way. If I was going to commit this time, it would be 4 AM right now. Although we did gain an hour last night with daylight savings. It was much more appropriately spent on an extra hour of sleep. Then we're gonna play. We'll take a short break, and then I'll play some Super Mario World randomized, and it will be using the same seed 1337. If you want to go to the big list of game randomizers and try it out yourself, go ahead and play along with me. I pretty much randomized everything except for removing water from water levels. There's a chance that any level can have water added to it, but to remove the water makes it for some unbeatable levels or really difficult to beat levels. We pretty much randomized everything else. No, that's not the place to fucking... Oof. Nope. This is tricky. Yes! Oh, that's such a difficult part. Nope. There we are, folks. Ice Bowser, apparently. Three fireballs, come on. Not for your first attack. Yeah, that was actually out of character. Just gonna turn it down just a touch. Yeah, that was definitely out of character for sure. For Bows. go, folks. Let's do this. We're reuniting and we just hear Bowser dying and through the door in the other room. It would have been great if this was an actual fake out. If they were like, thanks, the princess is in another castle, and then it was like another Koopaling, or one of the Koopalings came back and like took off the mask, and then you had to do another 8 worlds. But like I said, if you just beat Super Mario Bros. 3 like we did, even if you're just playing the vanilla game and you want to try a vanilla hack that's just a really nice challenge but also isn't super difficult and matches up with the difficulty level of like beating this game, definitely check out Super Mario Bros. 3 Rainbow Realms 1 and Super Mario Bros. 3 Rainbow Realms 2. They're both made by Blue Crush, and the first one came out in 2018, the second one came out in 2020. They're very well balanced. The first one's better than the second one, in my opinion, but they're all really good games. They're both really good games. So stick around, we're going to be hanging out for a bit. Thanks again Carl Rocco for the follow, and Ghostosaurus for the raid, and Tony Uncle Al for the raid, and That Pigeon Plays. Really appreciate the raids. Thank you to Captain Keiko, I think that's how it's said, for the follow. And thank you to Meowspow, again, and Bob the Fixer, 1701. Stick around, we're going to be playing Super Mario World up next, randomized with the same seed, 1337. Will not be long. Here's some more music from Mario Party on the N64. Alright, thanks for your patience, folks. We are back and listening to more Mario Party 3 music. We're going to be doing some Super Mario World Randomizer using the seed 1337 in just a second. Okay. Here it is. This is Super Mario World randomized using the seed 1337. It's the fourth of 5 games we're going to play today. And it looks like we're going to play as Mario. The last 4 or 5 seeds we've tried of this, we've been playing as Luigi, so this is a nice little change of pace. You let me know if you need more or less game audio, and of course we're going to use the 3rd save slot like we do with every game. It's just been something I've done since I was a kid. I'm gonna bump the volume up a second here. Yep. Looks like we have 3 castles in Yoshi's Island to begin with. Well, let's head here. Ooh. Well, let's try that again. So many close calls. It's interesting to see like what our World 1-1 is in each of these randomizers. And so far, it's been tossing us, in every game we played, tossing us some pretty difficult first levels to do. Like, what if that was the first level of Super Mario World? Like, canonically, that would be crazy. It'd be pretty wild. We just hit that 4-hour and a 20-minute mark as well on the stream. I'm gonna just refresh my chat so I can see everything here, but it'll just be a second. Alright, and it's access to Star Road. That can be a warp to Bowser. Oh, it's gonna take us to the Chocolate Fortress. Nice. Some gray-ass chocolate. Yeah, of course we're going this way. All the warp pipes take us to different places as well. Also, even though we got 22 bonus stars, the Super Mario World Randomizer will actually not keep track of them up here. The number you see up in the top. So it works a little differently that way. Got our forest warp right away. This is such a great piece of music. Like, I know I've heard it a million times, we've all heard it a million times, but Koji Kondo. Bravo. Oh, great. Great. I hate save states sometimes. I love them and I hate them. Seems telling me there's big problems, but I think that's an absolute utter lie. Twitch likes to tell me incorrect information sometimes, specifically the stream manager. I just don't get it. Of course. That makes sense that would happen. Ooh. Yeah, hopefully it's not lagging for you. I'm gonna trust OBS, which is telling me everything's fine. Oh, and there's our warp to Bowser. We're not gonna use it though unless we absolutely have to. But you can see here the Valley of Bowser, there's 2 of our castles, and we know 3 are in Yoshi's Island. Choco Ghost House. I see, as in Ghost is in Lakitu is about to become a ghost. He did. Nope, yep, there we go. Cool. That was the right exit. We know the top right point of the star is going to take us to Bowser, just in case we need it, if we run into a soft lock situation. I was just about to say, it would be great to just have this level just be normal instead of having added water physics, but nope. This is a water level by default, and it has added water physics, so it's just going to push us back every time. So this makes it a little tedious, because we have to hit up both exits here. This is probably the most tedious level in the whole game. Ooh. Just the amount of sprites that show up here is just going to slow everything down. Yeah, this is we just gotta move slow. Not much we can do. Oh. Paragoombas and Paracoopas tend to rise to the top when they're underwater. This one doesn't seem to be, but there we go. Just gotta be careful and just note that behavior. Excuse me. That means a standard exit's going to reveal whatever's up here. It could be just a switch palace, which is useful. So it does suck that we have to do this again. The tedium of it, but that's fine. And of course, this is for one of my all-time favorite Super Nintendo games. Nah, hate this game. Never heard of it. Oh. Damn emulator. The save state is so stupid. Just a second, just gonna get some water. Whew, something caught in the back of my throat. Okay. Now let's not mess this up. Yeah, extreme slowdown just because the game has so many sprites on screen. Won't be worth it? Yep, that's fine. There's so many sprites on screen that one of those urchins didn't even spawn. And you can kind of use that to your advantage in a randomizer sometimes. Just manipulate it. Depending on how fast you run, or if you have Fire Flower or something, then you can create more sprites by adding more fireballs on screen. Nope. Not as easy as you think. Wow. Normally this section is pretty easy. Nope. Ridiculous. Yep, it was a switch. It was a hat for the hill. Where's this going to take us? Cool. Vanilla Dome. 2 fortresses in there. Star Road Ghost House. Oh. Maybe it's not that, maybe it's this. Oh, look at that. Perfect. It's just enough. What are the chances of that? We have to go back with the cape, right? Yep. Yeah, we do. That's just going to complete the loop, so we don't really need it. It's all good. We could go straight to Bowser and then go straight to playing Super Mario Land 2 Randomizer, which is pretty funny. But we didn't do the first 3 games with warps. We did it all warpless, so I am to do the same here. Or at least to try to do warpless. Nope. Oh, come on. Super annoying. Got a 1-up. First Koopaling. It's not really smart of them to all be hanging out in Yoshi's Island. Like to have 3 of them hanging here. Two-hitter. Nice. Cool. Onto Donut Secret House Castle. Castle House. Just wait, let's do that. go. We did do it. No. Oh, worst place to save. Because we were screwed. No matter what. Wow. Alright. We'll do it again. Stat, insult to injury. That's annoying. Ooh, ice physics like crazy here. Makes it super slippery, like not a lot of traction. That sucks. This is our first cape in the entire game. There's one up. Second castle down. Star World 1, okay. Well, that's great. Squander our first cape. You must use the pufferfish. Be the pufferfish. If I was a pufferfish, where would I be? Oh wow, disco shell right away. That's a terrible place for that. If you have that watermelon emote, this is the place to drop it, by the way. Oh, I've never. I was like, I'm sure I'm dead. That was insane. Never seen that happen. A spin jump ledge grab from the right side of the ledge of a moving skull platform. That's what just happened, folks. Oh, you son of a... I find ledge grabs are infinitely more easy to pull off from the left side of the platform when you're grabbing onto the left ledge. I don't know how that happened. Well, Yoshi's Island 4. Ooh, okay. I'll take the water here. So many close calls, yesterday and today. This looks like the Chocolate Fortress. Pink Bowser statues. Mm-mm. Bye-bye. Yeah, that layer 2 was bringing the pink Bowser statue up to the very top of the stage. That's pretty funny. No. Millisecond too soon. There we go. Nope. Can't cheese it. I have had these walls completely close in on me during that boss fight because the health is completely randomized, and you're able to actually just keep spin jumping on him as he just falls from the top. There's ways for you to clip through him and still beat the fight. Alright, one world completed. Valley of Bowser 2. Ooh. Crazy rush allergies. It's affecting the sinuses. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh. Nope, that was dumb. It's detrimental. That was fucking stupid. Okay. I was like, let me spin jump on this Koopa first before I do it. Nope. Let's not do that. Nice physics. So second one up. If we get another one, that's our first 3-up moment in the entire stream. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. So if you have 3-up emote in the chat, is the time to drop it. Kill this guy first. You can get them unlocked with moonstones, and you can also get them just by subscribing to the channel. Anytime we're in any level in any game, and we can find 3 1-ups or a series of lives, a series of 3 lives, doesn't matter the type of game, or an item like the 3-up moon, or the 3-up balloon in Donkey Kong Country, where you get 3 lives when you pick it up. That's a 3-up moment. Ooh, that's tough. The ice physics are what was getting me here. Okay, sorry. Cool, we don't need to beat that one again because it just leads us to Star World, and we don't really need it to open up that path. That's fine. We just gotta do the standard exit of this. We can just butt slide the entire way. You just can't when you're holding the key. That's why we didn't do it last time. We sent a shell down. But we were able to get a 1-up actually. With the... There's a save. No! That sucks. That really sucks. Well. Finally. And there's 4 doors to try in that room, and they're all shuffled around, so you just gotta kind of try whatever one's closest, really. That was not the one we wanted. Just leads to Forest Evolution, that's fine. Try this again. Oops. I could be wrong, I heard something. Oof. is tricky. Okay, so I guess it's there's only one option then for us. Okay. I'll take that only option. Okay. So it's not that. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be that. Nope. No, not that either. It's gotta be this. Perfect. I think that's it. We don't have to actually like get this exit specifically, but it's gonna unlock 3 or 4 extra levels. I'm pretty positive. Yeah, chocolate secret, so that's perfect. Oh yeah, any level can have ice physics, any level can have water physics. Also, any level can be a no Yoshi zone. Normally that's just for castles and ghost houses, but the randomizer lets you set that option up. And so if we had a Yoshi, we would have been kicked off of the Yoshi, basically. But because the randomizer can give you a Yoshi in a no Yoshi zone, like we could get kicked off a Yoshi and then pick one up right away in this level. I think that's pretty funny. It's like almost pointless to have the no Yoshi zone. I guess at that point it would be this specific Yoshi zone. Okay. This is a pretty tedious level. It's not my favorite. Get your 3-up emotes ready because here's our second 3-up moment. There's one. There's 2. There's 3. Boom. So, like I said, if you're a subscriber or if you have enough moonstones, you can make your own 3-up emote. You can drop them into the chat. It's our second one of the stream. And of course, we're going to run into 3-up moons throughout the stream as well, or throughout the run. Way cool. Some abandoned Sonic level. Be funny. Yes. Yes! That was probably the best way we've ever cleared that level in any time that we've cleared that level. That was super, super smooth. One second. let's save this. Okay, where does this take us? Yeah, it basically allows us to skip a level. I'm not gonna skip it, but it is cool that it does. Oop, we got ice physics. Yes. I just wanted to save this power up. There we go. That's what we're looking for. What do you think, folks? Too much spin jumping? Never too much spin jumping. Two. Okay, that's our second one up. I'm not going to go for the third one up because I want to actually use that. Oh, nice. I didn't expect to get one from the Yoshi coin. That's funny. Alright, there's another 3-up moment, folks. Right there. Boom. 3 lives. 2 from the Starman and 1 from collecting all 5 Yoshi coins. Cool. Okay, let's head back. And at least beat the level to the left of us. Levels to the left of me. Levels to the right of me. Another no Yoshi zone. This is also tedious as hell. Super boring part. There's no way they tested this level and thought that this was fun. This one session. What did the Lakitus throw in this seed? Fire. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, that's definitely not good. That means all Lakitus that we encounter in this seed, whether they're in the cloud or in a pipe, they're going to be throwing the bouncing, like, hot foot. Please reveal what top secret area would be. If this reveals the path to the level we already have, that's gonna suck, because that means we have to come back with the cape. Yes! Yes! And it is still our top secret area. Those are all shuffled around, so there's a high chance that could be at the end of the game. This is really nice to be able to open up. Can we grab a cape? Cool. Love that sound effect. Like a weird little sound glitch that happens. It's only happening because the music there in Top Secret Area is the cave music, and all the sound effects have reverb on whenever there's cave music playing in any level. They have like a really deep sort of tunnel reverb. Yes. Oh. Okay, that was some clench central over there. Holy shit. Also, so was that Wiggler moment. Gotta learn myself to save after every level. Way cool. Wait, didn't we already do this level? Yeah, we did. It's like, wait, hold on a second. We already done this. Thank God this one is not an auto-scroller. It normally is, and it's normally super slow and super tedious as well. Some levels can be auto-scrollers. Like, actually, in fact, any level can be an auto-scroller. And when we play Super Mario Land 2, after this, we will actually be able to do that. Like, we'll be able to have the same thing happen. Like, any level can be an auto-scroller. Benny Souls, subbing at Tier 1, thank you so much. Thanks for the support. Hope you're doing well. Last night we played Super Mario Bros. 1 and 2 randomized and using the same seed, 1337. And then we beat Super Mario Bros. 3 earlier today, and now we're on to our 4th of 5 games. But as I was just saying, in Super Mario Land 2, any level in the randomizer, when we play it later, can actually be auto-scroller, and it actually does randomize the speed of the auto-scroller. Considering the limited screen real estate of some levels, it can be a real challenge. The randomizer favored me. The RNG gods have shined down upon me. It sometimes happens. Oh yeah, all the Yoshi power-ups are random too. So each Koopa shell that you eat will give you a random Yoshi power-up or combination of. Sometimes you can have it so that when you eat a specific color, like the green Koopa shell, you'll actually get the bounce, like the extra bounce in your step, so you can jump a little higher. And then you'll also accrue coins in your mouth, and then also when you spit the shell out, it will shoot fire. So you can have like a combination of 3 Yoshi abilities just from one shell. I think that's a really interesting way that they have that set up. RNGs, exactly. Oh, yes. I can definitely handle this level when it's underwater. There's also moon physics and anti-gravity physics in Super Mario Land 2 that can appear in any level. Just swimming with the chainsaws. Swimming with the chainsaws. What a glorious face, it is swimming with the chainsaws. Whoop. Keep it going. Oh, actually, we can probably do this. Coin Heaven. We don't often get to go to these sections. And it's not like the NES game Coin Heavens where you get a lot more coins and you also have cloud platforms. You gotta remember that. We do still have to head back, though. Do some more swimming. Gotta jam along with the music sometimes. When you have unlimited lives, do coins matter? No, not really. And actually, when I played earlier, I was playing Super Mario Bros. 3, I accidentally turned on unlimited lives. I'm trying not to... Like, I didn't want that to be the case in the settings, but I accidentally selected that, and yeah, they really didn't matter, and it actually takes away a lot of the fun of the game. Like, not that you need... At a certain point, you're gonna have so many lives, you're totally fine, and I'm also playing with save states and just having fun with it. But there is a certain gratification that you get in any platform. Actually, not any platformer, in a good platformer, when you're collectible. It makes a gratifying sound effect, and you have like a goal to hit 100 to get a 1-up. It's just like a weird dopamine hit thing that we all experience in games. And some of the worst platforms I've ever played have been, like, throughout the Retro Roulette series, or like just growing up, have been games that either don't have a satisfying sound effect when you collect, like, whatever the drop is. A very satisfying one is River City Ransom. When you beat the hell out of the enemies, they barf coins, and then the coins like kind of bounce. That's super, super satisfying. I was watching the Central Scrutinizer TV, a good friend of the channel, and also a streamer who was playing yesterday Mercenary Kings, which is sort of like a Metal Slug style game, and the same thing, when you beat enemies, like when you shoot them or like destroy a mech, it'll explode with like an awesome explosion animation very similar to Metal Slug, but it'll also drop a bunch of coins. Cave Story is a great example as well as a very, very, very satisfying collectible. It's actually like little, I used to call them Doritos, but little triangles that bounce around. It's right there, isn't it? That's the key. Oh. Oh. Then rated Mr. Merv, rating with that party of 5. Welcome, Raiders. And welcome, Mr. Merv. How was your Sunday, and how was your stream? Boop Raid. 16-Bitten, welcome to the stream. And thanks again, Benny Souls, for that resub. I appreciate that. Let me just catch up with the chat here. Stripey Lobster, welcome to the stream. I'm going to play some tunes and I'll do a little intro. But my name's Matt, otherwise known as 3 Up Moon. I stream every single day from 1 p.m. Pacific onward. You can always catch me here on Twitch, and all my streams are up on YouTube. This is a multi-randomizer stream we're doing today, where last night I played Super Mario Bros. 1 and 2 on the NES, and we shuffled everything around. And then today we were playing Super Mario Bros. 3, which we beat, Super Mario World Randomizer, and we're on the second or third world right now. We're just in the Vanilla Dome. And then we're going to play Super Mario Land 2 on the Game Boy, also randomized. But I do a lot of randomizers of games, I do a lot of retro games, and I also do a series called the Retro Roulette, where I curate themed lists of retro games, and they're interactive. You can spin the wheel, whatever game we get, I have to play. There's ROM hacks, all sorts of cool stuff that's going on. What were you streaming, Mr. Merv? And also, if you're not following Mr. Merv, please go give him a follow. I really appreciate all the folks that have been raiding today and hanging out. It's been a super fun Sunday. I think this randomizer is going quite well, actually. So right now, I'm just trying to get my way up here, and this level specifically is a doozy, just because it's hard to get back up here. The key is not in its normal vanilla location. All the secret exits and the levels have been swapped around. All the item blocks have been swapped around. This actually might work here. It's very rare that you can make your way back up here because it shuffles the key locations, but it always keeps the vanilla keyhole location. So the keyhole will always be in the same spot, but it shuffles the key. So switch palaces, all that stuff is shuffled, and you'll see that. We actually have a warp to Bowser as well, but I'm trying to do all these warpless. Any stage can also be underwater, or have ice physics, or be an auto-scroller, or not be an auto-scroller. And if you haven't played the randomizer before, definitely go check it out. There's a lot of people who do, and you can go to the big list of game randomizers online, and there's a lot of games you can randomize. The first game I ever played when we started our channel in January was Earthbound randomized, and we've done Pokemon, Pokemon Stadium 2, every single like 2D Mario game. We've also done a randomizer of Super Mario 64, which is a very interesting one, where all of the star locations, the coin locations, enemy locations, and paintings are shuffled. I think that's pretty cool. And I'm just a big fan of roguelike games and re-experiencing these games with a completely different perspective. This is probably like the 40th run we've done on this stream as well, so you can go to my YouTube channel and check out all sorts of different ones, and you can see just how different they are. But the best way to experience them, in my opinion, is to just try them out for yourself. A lot of people also say it can be a little intimidating, just because of the... Like, if you don't know what is coming next, I understand how it can be intimidating, so I always recommend try out a randomizer of a game that you know fairly well. But we recently, to celebrate 600 followers, we recently did Minish Cap Randomizer. It was the second time I've ever tried a Zelda randomizer. Very familiar with Link to the Past, and I was expecting it to be very chaotic, but it wasn't as nearly as chaotic as I expected, and we'll be continuing that throughout the month here. We'll be continuing that specific run. Very careful here. Be very, very careful. We're hunting chainsaws. There's a chainsaw. Oh, there's a chainsaw. And this is actually going to be our first 3-up moon, so this is perfect timing for getting that raid there. Boom. Found ourselves. And we beat that level. So if you have the 3-up emote, we have a 3-up emote, we have a 3-up moon emote. This is the time to drop it in chat. We've also got tons of sound effects you can mess around with as well, using SFX1 or SFX2. Feel free to have some fun. Cool. Oh, and no problem. Oh, you're playing Sekiro. Nice. I've seen a few people play that, and it's really visually great looking game. I've never played it myself, but I've watched a few people play it. Hope it was a fun session. Whoa. I've said this before, but one of my favorite things about swimming in Mario games, in Super Mario specifically, is holding an item and getting XP. And I found to kind of get that extra speed Yoshi as well, which doesn't normally happen when Yoshi eats an item. I discovered it. It exists in the original game, but I discovered it just through messing around with the randomizer. But one charming feature about the 3D games, Super Mario 64, Sunshine, Galaxy 1 and 2, the fact that, I haven't played Odyssey, so I'm not sure if they include this, but the fact that when you grab a Koopa shell underwater, you actually get extra speed as well. It's just like a nice thing to tie into the 2D universe for the 3D games. That's part of the fun with randomizers. You have a friend that does a lot of, Final Fantasy VI randomizers. Yeah, the Earthbound one was a lot of fun, and it was 100% way more chaotic than some of these platformer randomizers that I do. Obviously, RPGs have way more variables in play, but yeah, Final Fantasy VI ones are pretty wild. Our first run, we did the Ancient Cave mode of Earthbound Randomizer, and actually, there's like 2 or 3 Earthbound Randomizers out there now. But Ancient Cave mode basically takes every screen in the game. It's an entrance randomizer as well as randomizing everything else, but every screen in the game, every door leads to a completely different screen. So it creates the whole game, it turns the whole game into like a compartmentalized labyrinth, like an 8-level labyrinth, and there's a shiny spot or a boss at the end of each labyrinth, like the end of each floor, and then you get to Gygus at the end. So it's an interesting sort of difficult gauntlet challenge, but you get to throw the story out, and you also get to, I don't know why I went this way, you also get to start with all 4 party members in Ness's room. It's you don't have to meet anyone along the way. You know, if you've played Earthbound already, and you're familiar with the battle system, and you're a big fan of it, it's a great way to re-experience it, especially with shuffled music that has such a great soundtrack. But there's a few other ones. There's one, PK Scrambler, I think is what it's called. That's another one that doesn't, it's not Ancient Cave mode, you can just play it through the story. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Before I started my channel, I've been wanting to put my channel together for a while, for about over 10 years now, and it's wild. You know, we've only been doing it for about 10 months, and we already got over 600 followers. Such a great community of folks coming out, and just always meeting new awesome retro streamers as well. It's been a blast. But right before I started the stream, I was actually practicing a few Earthbound Randomizer and Link to the Past Randomizer runs. I was doing a lot of that off stream just before we set it all up. This should be fine. There we go. Yeah, I'm all about randomizers on the channel. We've done a ton. Even stuff like DuckTales on NES randomized, Joe and Mac on Super Nintendo randomized. Of course. Maybe we can just cheese it if we go this way. Oh, yes. Just a sec.
This is as far as you go!
You don't want to go down there!
Complete this first. No Yoshi Zone. Yes, all the Lakitus in this seed throw fire at us. Which is a little bit hard to handle. I had to sack the Yoshi. Yes. This was actually supposed to be all like 10 wigglers down here. Yeah. But it stopped spawning because it hit the sprite limit. That's funny. Vanilla Dome 2. Nice, Koops is waiting approval. It looks great. I approve. You've got approval now. Yes. Waste of a room, waste of a power-up. Nobody wants that P-Balloon. Literally used it for like 2 sections in the entire game. It's such a waste. But in Super Mario Maker 2, I commend them for creating a brand new mechanic and way to control it. And the Super Mario Maker 2 levels with P-Balloons are pretty badass. Almost feels like an apology letter. Sorry, we tried to throw this power-up in last minute and we were like, oh fuck, well I guess we're just gonna put it in 2 levels, I guess, and then one of them is gonna be completely pointless. Actually, it's in 3 levels. But one of them I hate so much, it's like one of my least favorite levels. The one you have to collect 3 P-balloons and just float and avoid like charging chucks. No way. Nope. I like the inverted view as well. The oob emote. Oh. Oh. If you get the Magic Koopa to hit the fifth block every time, you can always do a perfect duck jump into it. Of course I didn't save. No, not the 6th. Well, now we're just gonna do that. Fuck that guy. Let's go. It's the 4th or the 5th one work. 6th doesn't work. Right into him. Oh, come on. That's dumb. That's some bullshit. Gotta make some dinner. Nice. You'll be lurking for a bit. Good luck with the Randomizer. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks for choosing to share some of your time and your community over here. If you were hanging out at Mr. Merv's place and you're still watching, thanks for popping in. Yeah, you gotta refuel after a stream. Always important. Oh. Well, that's not good. Screw you, save state. Like, what the fuck? So dumb. That's some bullshit. Fuck Magic Koopas. Have you ever tried to make a level that was solely based around Magic Koopas, perhaps? Because that would suck. No matter which route we take, it takes us there. Yeah, exactly. Stupid. That's so dumb. Good. Okay. Somehow one of the Reznors glitched at the bottom there, but let's just roll with it. I've never seen that happen. The health of each of the bosses is randomized, so Koopalings, it makes sense, it's just a simple number. But with Reznor, they don't add more or take away Reznors, they just change the speed. And it's very possible that you could take on a Reznor fight and have it underwater and also have it have ice physics. Which is crazy. It's too much to handle. Hey. No. Nope. Nope. Go, go, go. Yes, we somehow clipped through that fireball. Didn't expect that. But I will accept it. Didn't expect it, but I'll accept it. Alright. Let's do the upper section first, now that we've cleared Vanilla Dome. And it's very possible we can run into a soft lock, but if we do, we have a direct warp to Bowser. Oh, no, it's not there yet. Super impatient. This isn't an auto-scroller, but it basically is. Because it's got a predetermined speed in which you have to do the level. A lot of close calls, a lot of clenching moments. Like 1 pixel off. It's this one. Nope. that's 2 1-ups. If we get one more 1-up, which we won't, then it's another 3-up moment. Might have fought this guy once or twice. Got him. This is our raid alert right here. It's the exact GIF that we use when people raid us. It's funny. Cookie Mountain. Oh, that sucks. I was hoping to cheese it with the cake, but I guess not. Saw that one coming. Oh, come on. Just getting hit by all the small projectiles. Oh, 1 pixel. That's bullshit. How about this? Nope. Nice. Gnarly. Oh, this is the stupid ass pea balloon level. Ugh. It's disgusting. Everyone hates this freaking level. Fuck's sake. me, you dumbass. Oh my god. This is just so dumb. This isn't good game design. It's basically an empty stage. Anyone can make a better level than this. The fact we have the jumping chucks is the worst. It's not good. Fuck you, man. Maybe this. Oh, wait. No, fuck you. Jump button. Nope. Why is the run button just not activating? It's such bullshit. Oh, that's the dumbest thing. Fucking save states sometimes they just don't. I don't know what it is. If the button presses at a specific like state, like whatever state the button presses in, it just doesn't recognize like letting go. I don't know if it's specifically the run button. I've had a situation where like I can't let go of a held item like a P-switch or a shell. It's just fucking stupid. It's all unnecessary, just like this level. Nope, that was our chance. That was gnarly.
It hung on by the skin of its teeth. Bam! That worked perfectly. It bites.
Oh, there's another 3-up moment, folks. If you got the 3-up emote, drop it in the chat.
Excuse me while I put on my sunglasses.
Or if you've got the watermelon emote, even. Oh. No. Got him at the end, too. Get ready for our second 3-up moon, folks. Ooh, that Dino Rhino got lucky. Yo, Kyle's Vlog, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We're ripping some Super Mario World Randomizer. We're just about to find our second 3-up moon of the run. I did a little bit of Super Mario Bros. 3 earlier. I think we need the spring. Nope. No, we need the spring. Oh. There we are. We got it. Alright, if you have the 3-up or the 3-up moon emote, or if you've got enough moonstones and you can unlock it and make your own version of it, feel free to drop it in the chat. Also, let me do a quick shout out to Kyle's Vlog as well. And 42 coins. I like that. Recently rocking some NBA 2K1, nice. Back in your day, Mario only had 2 buttons. Back in my day, Mario was voiced by a completely different man than the Chris Pratt that you know, as your modern day Garfields and Gokus and Marios of the Galaxy. Garfields, Guardians of the Garfields, Lasagna and Recreation. There's a through line between all those characters. Mario likes his spaghetti, linguine. Garfield loves his lasagna, and Goku literally can't stop eating. So it truly is the trifecta. At that point, if I was Chris Pratt, I would just retire. Because you've now reached pinnacle celebrity. Nothing can top those 3 things simultaneously. He should just actually go to space afterwards. Yo, Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins on original Game Boy. That was your shit? Well, guess what? What are we gonna play when we beat Bowser? After this, Super Mario Land 2. But we're gonna randomize it. We played Mario Bros. 1 and 2 yesterday. We beat number 3 earlier. So this is our... I think this is like the 5th multi-randomizer that I've done, where we play all 5 games using the same seed. And I haven't played Mario Land 2 Randomizer in a little bit now, so I'm really stoked. You know what? He has never done a different voice than his normal-ass voice from Parks and Rec in any other role that I've ever seen him in. So until I hear him do a different voice for the first time, then I'm probably not going to get behind any of those casting choices. If somebody's got an example of him not just talking like himself, like how he does in interviews, or like when he's at home just sitting on the couch, like an example of him playing a completely different character, then please by all means share it. But I can guarantee you that who he is on the couch at home is probably not the most ideal representation of three drastically different characters. But you know, whatevs. Five games randomized, yeah. Yeah, we've done it a couple times. We did it when we hit 200 followers. We did it for March 10th, Mario Day. And I've done just a couple of like random late night ones, and I just haven't played the Mario randomizers in a little bit. Like I've been spending a bunch of time with the Retro Roulette series, which I've really been enjoying because I discover a ton of new games all the time. But it's kind of nice. It's almost like playing music, like playing drums. Being away from it from a little bit, and then like not jamming for a little bit, and then being able to jam. There's like this sort of freeing. There's like a foot on the hose kind of thing of creativity. There's like a freeing feeling, and I think it's the same with playing a game that you're well versed in that you haven't played in a long time, or just I guess doing anything that you're well versed in that you haven't done in a while. It's a really nice, refreshing, freeing thing. Aggro-Kate Mario. Get over here. Oh shit. Boom. Nice, we got 41 exits already. Yeah, Super Mario Land 2 is always such a classic for me. I think they did such a great job considering the amount of screen real estate that they had and considering what Super Mario Land 1 was. We've actually, because we're playing a bunch of Super Mario Land 2 randomizer, it led us to do a whole bunch of one-off playthroughs of the Wario Land series. So we've played Wario Land 1, which is actually just Super Mario Land 3. We played Wario Land 2, and we didn't get all the endings or perfect endings or anything like that, and we didn't do 100% of these games, but we also played Wario Land 3, and that one was one I grew up with. I rented it from Blockbuster and like was instantly hooked and had to buy it. And then we also played Wario Land 4, which felt like a very rushed game, even though it was very fun. It felt very rushed in terms of the length. I think Wario Land 3 is like 5, maybe 8 times longer of a game in terms of content. But they all stem from Super Mario Land 2. Super Mario Land 2 is also Kazumi Totaka's first game he ever did a score of. And the next one was Link's Awakening. And then you've got games like Mario Paint, all the Luigi's Mansion games, all the Animal Crossing games. With some serious stuff. Speaking of voices, Kazumi Totaka does a bunch of voices like Captain Toad, Professor Egad, Yoshi ever since the Yoshi Story games and forward, like all of the Yoshi games. His own voice as KK Slider in Animal Crossing. Pretty impressive stuff. Of course I have to do this again. No. Didn't want to do that. But I'm a big fan of Super Mario Land 2 because of what they did in terms of, like, the level design is great, and they set a precedent for the entire Wario Land series. Like, the spirit of Kazumi Totaka's soundtrack in Mario Land 2 is kept. You know, it's actually created and composed by a completely different team for the Wario Land series, but the spirit is still there, which is really cool. Also, considering the small screen real estate, the level design is pretty great. You might have to run into some of those levels as fast auto-scrollers when we're doing the randomizer, but that's cool. And it was also the first game I ever bought on the eShop on my 3DS. It was that and Kirby's Dream Land 1, which is one I grew up with. Whoa. Whoa! I'm only using this for speed. The key, that's dumb. Apparently, the game wants me to take fucking forever to beat this game, or beat this level. That's fine. We beat 42 stages as well, or 42 exits, so that number returns. Not today. Progression into the haunted forest. Into the haunted forest with you. Caught between two Eries. Basically the Super Mario World equivalent to the Medusas from Castlevania. Oh. That's alright, we'll get another power up here. Nope. Come on, Podobo. Ah, fuck you. That wasn't cool. Not cool, man. I'm down to skip that section of the forest. Absolutely. Sometimes it can be really convoluted to try and find all the proper secret and standard exits in the forest, so... I'll gladly give you 5 cents on Wednesday to skip the forest today. For a hamburger today. That's right. Ain't taking any bullshit from that level. Okay, no, fuck off, emulator. Nope. Fuck off, emulator. Of course. That's fine. We can't do this level anyways. We need the cape. I don't want to have to go all the way back. Maybe I don't have to. Can use a shortcut. Yeah, if you're just joining, yes, we did take on 3 castles pretty much right away. Oh, it's a ghost house, so it won't matter. I like the idea that the haunted forest has a ghost house as its final. It had a ghost house inside the forest, and then a ghost house as its final final level in place of the castle. I wish you could shuffle the colors on the overworld through the randomizer. I mean, I'm sure I could go in and mess around with them in Lunar Magic, but... Also, here's an interesting question. Parahax, if you're watching right now, have you ever tried opening up a randomized seed of Super Mario World in Lunar Magic? Is that even possible? It was the freaking top one, wasn't it? I'm a doof. Yeah, it was. Actually, you know what? We haven't done this bottom section yet, so let's just do it. And then make our way back that way. Back in my day, we used to go to the soda fountain and play jacks. Is that where you just point at random people and guess if their name is Jack? Like as they're walking down the street, you're like, that's a Jack. Oh, that's definitely a Jack. And if you get it wrong, you're like, dang! And then you have to pay a nickel to the person that you're playing against. That's a Jack. Actually, this platform is made out of 4 Jacks. Four Jack Skellingtons. No, I'm not sponsored by Spencer's Gifts. 'Cause yes, it's Yoshi's night, and he's feeling right. Look at all these pokies. Oh, what a night. Easy there. Bye-bye. No, we gotta just run for it. Hey. That's a funny way to do that. I didn't intend to do that, but it worked. It worked. It worked. Tubular. You mean like a Pringles? Like a Pringles can? Yes. There's something, like I said, there's something just so satisfying about using the cape in this game. Holy shit. Oh. We almost had it. We almost had it. We almost had it. We almost had it. There we go. There's our third 3-up moment, folks. If you have that 3-up moon, drop it into the chat. You can unlock it with moonstones. You can make your own version of it using moonstones. And if you're a subscriber, you also automatically have it. That's our third 3-up moon that we found in the run so far. And also our 6th 3-up moment. We were able to find a bunch of 1-ups in other levels as well. Spin it to win it. Bitches. Hate that level too. There's a lot of tedious levels, but only because I've played this game like a billion times. There's a lot of levels that can be tedious. Oh, yes. This is the coolest form of this P-switch that we've ever encountered so far, of this switch palace. Because the fact that we have underwater physics and we have enemies that are flying, like Paracoopas or Paragoombas, whenever there's an enemy underwater that has those wings, it'll automatically just rise to the top. So what we can do here, which is really cool, is this and this. Should be able to collect these coins down there. And get another 1-up moment, 3-up moment. Maybe? Maybe? No, not even. Okay, that's fine. The water slowed us down, so we weren't able to do it quick enough, but that's still pretty cool. So that's the only thing we were missing, was just that other switch palace. And a few of these levels here. Vanilla Fortress.
Never give up.
Perfect timing for that sound effect to come in. We need a cape. Like, where we're heading back, we need a cape, so we're gonna have to get the top secret area, or we're gonna have to unlock one here. Yeah, no. Fuck off. Oh. No. No. For fuck's sake. There we go. Nope. That's fine. At least we cleared the level. We can go back for a cape. That's not a big deal. We don't need to keep the cape. Gotta head back to the top secret area. This is actually, like, of all the last, like, I want to say, like, even the last 5 seeds that we've played of Super Mario World Randomizer, it's always been as Luigi, so this is the first time we're playing as Mario in a while. In this game. It's the top one. It's gotta be. Yeah. Skip that side of the forest, that's fine. Oh, we got the fishing boo here. No. Oh, that's the dumbest thing. I accidentally pressed the save state button. Alright, folks, well... we're going back. There's probably a quicker way for me to get Feather, but I just... it requires too much big brain to have to figure out right now. That's an oof moment for sure. Need a backup. I also did that out of order. That was completely unideal. There we go. Ooh. Yes, ride the fishing buoy the whole way. I've never done this. I've never been able to do that. That's awesome. What's up? Zombie paper. Yeah, I just got this one. I just got this brand new invisible hat. It's pretty cool. It was a gift from an invisible friend. So we're good here because we just needed to do that. All that, folks, was just to get up here for progression. So silly. We've got 2 trails of booze, but no Eries. It's almost easier because I can sort of see where the trails are going. It's a random amount of hits, so we got lucky with a 2-hit boo. If you want to go mess with King Boo some more, I would check out Parahax's ROM hack on Super Mario World Central called House of King Boo. It was made in just over a week. It's a really cool, like, 9-section, I guess just like one long level where you're in a haunted house and you're taking on King Boo, and it's a really interesting sort of Kaizo Halloween themed hack. Highly recommend checking it out. And here's a quick shout out to Zombie Paper as well. If we're talking about cool channels, you should go check it out. You were doing an art stream today, I saw earlier. But sometimes there's writing streams, sometimes it's a podcast, and sometimes you can catch Zombie Paper playing with Eddie Fuerte, going through Earthbound as well. Lots of cool stuff. Or testing an indie game. Gotta get that one up at the end. Worth it. Second one up. Zombie paper. Zombie. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure zombie paper is cool. It actually kind of works because like V in French would have been like life, or would mean life, right? V-I-E, I think. So an undead creature that still has some life in it. C'est la vie. C'est la zombie. Wait, what? Yeah, it's undead life. What can you do? Just an apathetic zombie that's just like, I guess it's okay. I guess we're a zombie. I guess we eat brains now. Oh. I'm not a fan. Thanks for the shout out. No worries. Happy to do it. Also, if we can get a shout out for Benny Souls for the resub, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing at tier 1. Often, well, I don't know how often these days, but you can catch Benny Souls streaming Dark Souls. Same with Itorama as well. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just keep doing the loop. Nope. We were going the complete wrong way. Yeah, that's just zombie life. C'est la zombie. Up. Whoop. Like that famous zombie film, Dawn's La Dead. In the Dead. Dawns of La Dead. I tried with the pun. It didn't work. The pun is dead. The pun is dead. Hitman 3 over at Bunny Souls as well. Cool. Nice. Alright. Soda Lake. Oh, no. No. Yes. The puns are in various zombified states. Yeah, just like zombies. They're not all zombified to the same extent. Not everything's so god-dang binary. It's not all about the duality. If reality was about duality, well, that'd be a real dumbass reality. Nope. So happens when you actually try. Gotta actually try. That's fine. Yes. Save the goddamn golden Yoshi egg. It's gonna make for a good breakfast. Mr. Yoshi, you'll make a good breakfast. All the G's.
Breakfast.
It's a G train. Breakfast. Yeah, duality, reality, and fakeality. Fakeality. Wait, what? Finish him. Fakeality. That's when you find out someone is being fake. They perform the fakeality on themselves. Mortal fake out. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, I screwed up and pressed the load button. As a kid, I used to read these sentences just down this way instead of this way. Just, I don't know why, it's just a weird quirk. So you got Wendy number 6 song, the now is appears to. And then you've also got, this one's great, because I remember reading this as a kid. Castle last meet is there, that gateway Bowser. Excuse me. Do you know where that gateway Bowser? Is there that gateway Bowser? Castle last meet. Bye-bye. Imagine speaking that way anytime anyone that wasn't from your city or town asked for directions. Oh, is there that Museum of Natural History art? Roundabout last meet. Just confuse that out of them. Please. There we go. Convenient. Gateway Bowser to other games. Or a gateway Bowser would be like a gateway villain. Oh, you know what? We might not have to actually go down there. We might be able to do this another way. Like this. Oh, it's not this way. That is not what we want to do. Okay. It's a shame we have to do this, but... No. We're gonna have to come back for that. Yep. Fuck you, Lakitu. Let's go. Taking your cloud, I'm taking your key. And hopefully the cloud will last long enough we can get to where we need to go. Yes. Now it shuffles around the secret exits, but there's only 2 pipes that'll take us to secret exits in that level, so we might as well. Just skip forward here. Huh. It's a shame we have to do this, but I'm Gateway Bowser. No. Gateway Bowser is just a Bowser that just jumps up and down. Often in Super Mario World ROM hacks, if there's an enemy that's like in your way and it kind of moves or has a pattern, like you can't get past it until it jumps or something, it's considered a gate. So like a Goomba gate or like a Chuck gate, where a charging Chuck jumps up and you have to wait until he's out of your way to basically get through. So that's pretty funny. It's just a Bowser, that's a gate, it's just a Bowser gate. I don't know if you could even do that in Super Mario World. You probably could do it in... I mean, essentially, if you think about it, the first Super Mario Brothers 1 Bowser bosses is essentially just a gateway Bowser, because it's just he's just there and then he opens up the gate and you can just walk underneath him every single time, no matter what. I think that's pretty funny. So the very first gateway Bowser was a gateway Bowser into all the other Bowsers, and was a true gate. I got the key. Got the key to the gate. We can open up Bowser, Gateway Bowser, and find out Gateway Bowser's inside story. Also, if we're not careful, we might encounter Gateway Bowser's fury. Okay, I'm done. Good night, folks. Now, there's only one way to do this, and it's with Yoshi or a kid. We're not gonna find it. That's fine. I'm a gateway Bowser. Just the way Bowser works, I don't think you could make a gate. And you can't put Bowser in a level in Lunar Magic. Thanks for that information. You learn something new every hour. This is the 7 p.m. Knowledge Learned. Imagine your last name was Knowledge Learned, all in one word. Yes. Okay, we need to keep Yoshi for this one. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do the glitch. So I talked about this before. When you're underwater and you're holding an item, a key, a P-switch, Koopa shell, it's gonna give you that extra speed. But if Yoshi is underwater and holding that item, he doesn't get the extra speed and he holds it in his mouth. And when Yoshi holds something in his mouth for too long, he'll eat it. So we don't want to lose this key. But if you put Yoshi and the key in the same location and spin jump on them, like on the exact same location like this, and I'm still holding my spin jump or my run button, now we glitched it. We cheesed it, and Mario or Luigi will hold the key permanently while on Yoshi. The item won't run out, and you can do this with all sorts of different things. not just the key. You can do it with the P-switch. Well, no, P-switch is really difficult. You can do it with a, I think a Koopa shell. You might be able to. I've seen someone do it with a Koopa shell before. But I figured this out just through messing around in an underwater level in the Super Mario World Randomizer, but you can absolutely do it in the vanilla game. So you just do this, spin jump off, but make sure you don't let go of the run button. So if you're underwater, this is actually a quick trick to, and see the key almost becomes like Yoshi's eyes, like glasses, gold ring glasses. But if you, exactly, we're cheesing it. If you're underwater, you can actually get the extra speed boost you get from holding items as Yoshi. It's the only way to do that. You can't actually get that speed boost otherwise. So the reason why we're doing this is because, well, one, we don't have the cape, and we're going to... Oh. And we don't have all the switch palaces, so it's just a way to kind of cheese the system here. Nope. Oh, it's just bad timing. Okay. Do that and then jump. So you have to jump off of Yoshi while still holding the grab button or the run button. So basically, when you do the spin jump, you're holding onto the run button or the grab button, which is the same button. And then you consistently hold on to that, and even when you jump off, you're still holding on to it when you jump off of Yoshi. And that's the way that the Yoshi crumbles. We have to kill Yoshi to do it, but you can also do that same thing if you have the key and you have the cape. You can just float down. Well, I guess we're gonna do that too. Oh, we'll actually, yeah, okay. We just gotta lead Pokey over here. Come on. Scoot along, little doggy. Get along, little Pokey. Over here. Over here, please. A little closer. Oh, what? That's supposed to be a Yoshi egg. That is supposed to be a Yoshi egg. Not cool. The randomizer messed with us. Yeah, it's been in our favorite earlier, so. Just 1 second. Cool. Just gonna have a short break in just a second here. I'm just gonna finish this level. Oh. Yes. Is there a way to cheese it? Is there a way to cheese it? No, there's not. Normally you need Yoshi for this, so that's the thing I'm just a little concerned about. Nope. Oh. It really does not work out in our favor here. You might have to just do it from the top. Because we have to, you have to have either a cape or a mushroom to be able to get over that section, or to be able to spin jump. I guess I could just try this mushroom. I guess we can just do that. Not be such a doof. There we go. I don't know why that's so satisfying. Oh, that wasn't. That's because it wasn't a spin jump. I was like, what happened? There we go. Oh, what? Oh, whoa! Okay, I just realized that we have 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I just realized the time was happening there. Yikes. Well. And then, of course, we lost our cape, right? We did. All right, well, I'm going to take just a quick dinner break here. And I'm going to play some tunes from Mario Party 3. We're very close to Valley of Bowser. We can go straight to Bowser because we found the warp early on, but I'm not going to do that because we beat the first 3 games warpless, so we'll try and do this as well. Thanks again for everyone that's been hanging out. Hope you enjoy my new invisible hat I just picked up. It was very expensive. I will be right back, though. Stick around. Alright, that was an awesome dinner. We had some soup. It's quite delicious. Alright, we're just going to continue from where we left off. Weird, I'm not sure why that's happening, but you should be able to hear the game. Oh, of course. Of course it's going to make me reset my controller. Just a moment. Super strange. Okay, just one second. Okay, you should be able to see and hear everything again. Yes, okay, good. We got it. We got it. Had some Mexican casserole, it was delicious. Had some homemade cauliflower sweet potato soup. Nice. How many hominid was in it? That was bad. I don't want to have to go back just for this fucking stupid level. Like to have to go back to the top secret area. Come on. It's just a lava lotus. Just fucking die. We're going back. You wish the cactus with a little segments and a smiley face was real? Well, couldn't you just stack a few succulents? I'm sure there's a cactus that has the same, that looks like a snowman. You can just draw a smiley face on it. Personal art projects, arts and crafts projects, 2021. You're the real life chain chomp. That's your goal, and then you have a real life Pokey as a pet. Off we go. You could stack Chola, but you'd have permanent stingers in your hands. We're so close. Hate this level, hate this level, hate this level, hate this level, hate this level. Love this game, but there's just so many tedious levels in it. Especially when you play it as often as I do, I guess. You just gotta embrace the cheese. You also love that Bowser's Castle looks like a casino, totally. It's like Biff in the Bad Future in Back to the Future 2. Oh, what? There? That was dumb. There were 2 Super Koopas here. Yes! That was probably the most incredible thing I've ever done, and this is the most worthy I've ever been with getting this message here in this level. I don't know how that happened, but we are a super player. Fire Charles Martinet, fire Chris Pratt, fire Shigeru Miyamoto. It's all me, baby. I'll make the next Mario game and the Mario movie, and I'll do the voice. And fuck it, we'll turn Garfield into Goku. How did he go Super Saiyan? he saw Monday, the main villain, kill his best friend Krillin, who was a lasagna named Krillin, and he just couldn't handle it. Monday took his lasagna away. Why do you think he hates Mondays? I'd hate Mondays too. Just keep swimming. Yep. Whew. Wrap it up, boys. This one's just like Mario. Super Saiyan Garfield? Yep. Well, you didn't hear Chris Pratt is voicing Goku, and this is not a joke. Goku, Mario, and Garfield. That's the trifecta. Of course. Odie's Krillin, yes, exactly. Just picture the like 6 dots that he's got on his forehead, but so then does that mean that John is Master Roshi because he's his 2 pupils? Oh my god. Sorry, John. Oh, that's too funny. You think you think a chain chomp is just a thwomp but sexy? Yeah, it's got curves. But it's basically the same thing. It was too sexy, so Shigeru Miyamoto chained up the chain chomp. Whereas thwomps are sort of like, they've got like the ugly mug, the ug mug going on. I feel that. We're building on the lore. Welcome to Lore Building 2021. Remember Zeldy? Turns out she was Ganondorf the whole time. She kidnapped herself. The ultimate form of self-care. Kidnap yourself and then get diagnosed with Stockholm Syndrome. Fall in love with yourself. It wasn't because Shigeru Miyamoto couldn't handle it. It's funny. He is so cool. I can't wait to see this scene in the animated Mario movie with the pink jumping Bowser statue voiced by Jack Black. There we go. Let's get out of this freaking sewer. Why does this level have boneless Koopas everywhere? Well, I don't think this is, Wait, boneless Koopas? I'm confused. Hold on, are we building on more lore? So there's Koopas, then there's dry bones, and when you remove the dry bones from the Koopa, then all you got left is the boneless Koopa? So is it just like a Koopa suit? Where's my Koopa suit? Where's my Koopa suit? That's gross. It's just turtle skin. I mean, the dry bones had to come from somewhere. I mean, technically, canonically, Dry Bowser exists because he fell in the lava in New Super Mario Bros. Oh. The crawling ones. Oh, gross. When they lost their shell. I know what you're talking about. We can do it. Bye-bye. You know, we don't have a load sound effect, but we do have a save one. And we do have a sound effect from the opening of, like, the Game Freak logo from Pokemon. Which is also the sound effect when you use the move Swift in Pokemon as well. Same sound effect. Nice. We know what those leaves are for. Oh, I see. You're loading. I gotcha. You're the one that's loading the game. No, shouldn't. Don't hit that. Yo. Perfect. Jumped right between the platforms. Unlike other people, Mario dislikes getting chainsawed in half. Earlier we were swimming with the chainsaws and he was enjoying it with Yoshi. Because we had another chainsaw level that was underwater, and it was actually pretty interesting. Actually, it's the first time out of the 40 runs that we've done on stream, that I've ever seen a chainsaw level underwater, which is cool. I always see new stuff with randomizers. Oop. Nope. Oh. Chain chomp meets chainsaw. He came, he chomped, he saw. Match made in Dinoland. Match made in Coin Heaven. I like that. That's cute. Oh, we're so close. So close to revealing the Valley of Bowser. We're about to open the Gateway Bowser. It's an interesting level to just have here. Sorry, Yosh, don't need you. to the sunken ship. Yes. We know we're getting a 3 at moon here. It's funny that we find ourselves in this level, because we're just about to find ourselves in this level. Be careful. Oh, what? No, let's just avoid that completely. Get your 3 at moon emotes ready. I don't think Birdo is in the new Mario movie. Boom. They got Funky Kong and Cranky Kong confirmed though. There is our moon. There we are. If you are one of our subscribers, you can go ahead and use the moon emote. That is our 4th 3 at moon that we found in this run so far. Or Shy Guy. Apparently they confirmed Spike, who is the foreman character in an arcade game called Wrecking Crew from 1983. It's pretty early. And Spike is, yeah, just like a foreman character, just like how Donkey Kong Arcade is essentially Mario and Brooklyn at like a construction site. Each stage is a construction site. Spike was the foreman of like a Wrecking Crew construction site that Mario and Luigi worked for in Brooklyn as well. It was another like Brooklyn-based Nintendo arcade game, I guess. It's funny that just saying that out loud. It's actually pretty hilarious. Thanks for the positivity, Itarama. Thanks for banning the lurk bots as well. Appreciate that. If we can get a shout out for Itarama, that'd be cool. Whoa. Whoa. So we're pretty close to opening the Valley of Bowser here. We should be alright if we get through this level here. Spike from the Land Before Time. Nah, I wish. And Iggy, they used the name Iggy in the 1980s. Super Mario Brothers movie as one of the henchmen, which is obviously named after one of the Koopas, but then the other name was Spike. So they actually already had a Spike in the Super Mario Brothers movie, but it wasn't named after anything, as far as I know. I think this will do it. Yep. Oh, I wanted to show this off. My partner made a really cool felt moon for the channel, just as like a nice little cool piece of art. She's been doing some really cool felting, and I wanted to show that off. I got a really cool, I got a commission from Cheerful Goods on Etsy to do a 3 at moon crochet, and I actually had one made for my buddy Lucas Bell, who did all the design work for the channel and stuff. And then Michelle got into felting, did some really cool like pizza, like a felted pizza stone, some mushrooms, a butternut squash, like really cool stuff. And this one's just really cool. It's just like a solid moon. Super fuzzy. You want to do asparagus? Nice. Yeah, there's some pretty cool ones. And you did the carrot, like looks like a cool like root vegetable. Can I show off this thing that you did? Oh, sure. So this, I don't know what it is, but it's all up to interpretation. But this is like a felt piece that Michelle made. It's sort of like a 3D molecular structure sort of thing, and you can, like, that's on the trackpad. I don't know if you can see it. Basically, you can hold on to it in different ways, display it in different ways. It's pretty cool. I really like the vibe of it. It's pretty rad. Oh, Itorama is doing some Sea of Thieves. Love the music in Valley of Bowser. Oh, that was golden. Do this again. Okay. So this is one of those bonus levels. We still haven't actually found access to... I think I know exactly where it'll be, but we haven't found access to our secondary, like, Star Road. There's Star Road, which is shaped like a star, and you've got your 5 levels, plus your Switch Palace. And then there is a second section that is completely different, and it has the Super Famicom logo in the sky. And that's 8 levels. That normally you can access after you fight Bowser, or there's like a special warp that'll take you there. And when you do it, when you defeat those 8 levels, which this level here is one of them in the vanilla game, with these timed carrot platforms. When you do it, then it'll transport you back to the beginning of the game, at least on the overworld map, and everything will have changed palette-wise. So you've got some really cool, like, autumn colors, which, you know, if you're playing Super Mario World right now during, like, in the autumn, and if it's maybe your first time, I know there's lots of people who are revisiting this game lately because it recently hit its 30th anniversary, and nice. And I know a few people that haven't played it and are actually experiencing it for the first time, doing a co-op with their partner and stuff, and I think it's really cool. If you are playing right now, I would highly recommend trying to find those 8 levels, because it just gives a nice vibe to the overworld. And also all the Koopalings, or all the Koopas rather, will start wearing Mario Bros masks, like they're fans of the Mario Bros because they beat those levels. And all of the you know, it's not October anymore, but all of the piranha plants turn into pumpkins, like jack-o'-lanterns, which is really cool. Oh no, you can't do that, okay. Good. I just had to clear this space. Yes, there we go. That's all I'm looking for. No. Alright, ready? It's not gonna be easy to do, but thankfully we don't have to, no. So thankfully we don't have to do this with the P-Balloon, because I hate doing this with the P-Balloon, and normally the key is down there by the keyhole, by the way, just for those people who haven't played this. Nope. Nope. There's a way to do this, and I'm just not getting it right for some reason. No. There. Nope. There. Whew. We need that sound effect, because it's like just like a minor version of the... Yeah, that's hard to do that way. There's one other possible way to do it from the upper log section if you go from the right side. I've done it before, but I've found that the easiest way to do this in the randomizer without the P-balloon is to run from the right side, clear all the enemies that fall from the sky, and then run from the right side. And basically there's something you can do at the very beginning of your ascent when you start flying as Cape Mario, where as soon as you start to ascend, you press A while you're still holding the run button, like you tap A again, and you can kind of fill your cape up with air behind you and get that little extra boost of height. But you can only do it once, and there's a very small frame window that you can do it at the very beginning. It's different than you going back and forth while you're flying, because once you hit a certain peak in your flight, then you're going to automatically have your cape go out like that, and then you can go back and forth like left, right on the D-pad really quick and kind of swoop up like most people use the cape. But I had to figure out a way to do that, and that was through just playing this. Like, this is the 40... I mean, it'd be hilarious if this is the 40-second playthrough, or 40-second run that we've done on stream, but I think it's like 40th or 41st. Just because 42 follows us everywhere. Totally, Daryl. It looked like DNA, and it was very alchemical, for sure. I really like the vibe of what Michelle's got going on with that particular piece. It's really cool. Oh wow, the green Koopa shell and the red Koopa shell, when we eat it with Yoshi, no matter what color Yoshi we have, gives us fireballs. Nope. I know better than that. Come on. Hit that so the bubble doesn't pop. Hit that. Oh, no, we didn't do it. That's fine. Did I ever watch Ryukar? No. What is Ryukar? Is that a streamer? Is that a movie? TV show? Never heard of it. Thank you. So long, and thanks for all the boost. See if we can do the glitch. Doesn't always work. I think some screens it doesn't work, and some screens it does. A streamer and content creator. No. Is this somebody? Have you recommended them before to me? Is that what? I don't think I've ever heard of them before. Play a lot of Mario. Oh, cool. Nice. Toss a shout out to them in the chat. I can I'll save it and go check them out. We might have something in common. Playing the old Mario. I actually think Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong is going to work out pretty okay. It's going to be pretty funny. In that upcoming film. But if he doesn't change his voice and doesn't attempt to make it sound like he's doing an impression or like an actual, you know, attempt at sounding like Donkey Kong, and he just sounds the same, you know, everyone's just going to take all of his dialogue from like Sausage Party and 40-Year-Old Virgin. and like Zack and Miri make a porno and then just do stupid Donkey Kong animations. You know that's gonna happen if it's not already flooding YouTube. He's a bigger streamer, but definitely a good chill Mario player. Nice. I watch Jez cook a lot, and I've been watching him play Mario Multiverse. He made Invictus, which was another, and he plays Super Mario Maker 2. Mario Multiverse is like a fan-made closed beta game that's basically like a fan-made Mario Maker 2 with Super Mario Land 2 aesthetic, all sorts of cool stuff. But yeah, he often will do like charity streams with a bunch of other Australian streamers. And again, like very open community, very chill Mario streamer, and also for somebody that's like, you know, pretty well known in the ROM hack community, he's very humble, and I think that's one thing I really respect. Yeah, Jez Cook's got a good community there, good group of mods, good group of folks there, and I think he's quite big, like at times 1,000 people watching. But that's the thing I really respect, is that, you know, there's not a lot of ego there. And the community is like, quite respectful as well. Ooh, this is an interesting thing to happen here, because I've never run into this level underwater. This is usually a pretty tight timing to get to this section here. Well, oh, great. And then this part isn't underwater, the part that would have been perfect to be underwater. That's fine. It's gonna make us do this thing. Not sure if we did this correctly. Ah, nope. I had a feeling we blocked off our path there. This part specifically might prove to be pretty difficult unless we take the P-switch with us. Yeah, totally. Okay. Oh, that's so dumb. We have to take the P-switch with us. That's okay. In fact, because it's underwater, we'll get that speed. This is that true P-speed right here. I think we have to go to the third. We got one up. Nope. Yeah, we have to go into the third one. I think it's that one. Nope. Not the third. Interesting. So they do shuffle. I wasn't sure if these doors shuffled, but it makes sense because the other doors shuffle in the other ghost houses. It's just all the same, huh? It's gonna be near impossible with the water to get to that far door. So if it's the far door, we're kind of screwed there. Just because the water, the resistance that you get from swimming, it just slows you down too much. Wow. And there's no other item here that we can grab. Like if we had another grab item, we could get that speed, but there's no other item on this screen, like a Koopa shell or anything that we could grab and take with us. Okay, we just have to do this perfectly. No big deal. I don't think this is it either. Oh no, never mind. Yes. Now in this level, they typically don't shuffle where the key is, because it would be pretty difficult to get up there with the key. It wouldn't be impossible, but they don't shuffle where the key is. In every other level, the key location can be in a question block. It can be anywhere. So it's completely all over the place. Sorry, Yosh, I gotta leave you. And I think the reason I mainly watched Just Cook is when I started streaming, I would usually end at around like 11 or midnight, and that would be when he'd be starting, just based on the time zone. And I've actually gotten to know a lot of different content creators from Australia that way, weirdly enough, just based on the timing. Like Dirk and a few other awesome like Kaizo players and ROM hack creators. Oh, that was tight. Cutting it close. Nope. On that timing. It's pretty rough timing. It's fine. This guy's trying to troll me. I will not be trolled. Oh no! They're trolling me! And they're gonna troll me too! Oh my god! Yes. The most non-threatening boss music. Yes. Yes. There we go. Cleaning up. Cleaning up. Oh my god. I always thought it'd be cool if someone made a custom power-up in a Super Mario World ROM hack where you could actually pick up pipes and just huck them forward at enemies, just like Mega Mario or something, or like a strong Hercules Mario, whatever you want to call it. But it would be cool if, like, just like in that cutscene, how he just like lifts the castle up and just hucks it. It would be cool if you could just like lift up specifically like big enemies, or like the giant moles or something, or giant dino rhinos and stuff like that, or you could lift up a pipe if it's only like, let's say 3 high. Anything higher than that you can't lift, but that could be pretty cool. Just like pull it up and throw it. There's all sorts of weird custom power-ups and ROM hacks out there. We're here, folks, so I'm going to let you choose which room we're going to go in. Now, every room here is different. Every door is shuffled. We're going to have the option to go through 1, 2, 3, 4. So, first person to put a suggestion in the chat. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Where should we go? I usually always go 3, but I'm going to leave the option up to the chat. It is completely random, so. No suggestions? Nobody cares? Three. Three up. Okay. Ooh, is this actually gonna just be the final level? That'd be pretty funny if it was. I think there's one gripe I have with this game, is that I think the Mecha Koopas are really cool enemies, but they only introduce you to the Mecha Koopas in Bowser's Castle. They only appear here. And then they're extremely crucial to defeat Bowser as well. Bet you didn't know about that one. Well, probably most people know about that one, but yeah, they're only introduced just before you fight Bowser, and it feels so rushed and so last minute. Also, there's only 2 ninjas that appear in the game ever in any level, and I think it's just in that same level at the very end, just before you go into Bowser's door to take on the boss fight. But I think it's really like a missed opportunity, because if you're going to go through the effort of having like a custom enemy like that, at least throw them into castles more often. It just felt very rushed. It's the best way I can put it. You done fucked up, Shigeru Miyamoto. You done fucked up. Sorry. You're gonna have to quit Nintendo. That's what happens. And I'm blaming him. Specifically. He probably had nothing to do with that level. Or maybe it was the only one he made. Let's go with 7. This is a bit of a rough one to get. Just because it's sort of like an auto-scroller, in a way. Oh, damn. Well, that didn't work out for us. Yep. I ain't got no patience. We actually haven't run into too many ice physics levels in this run. I think we've only ever run into maybe 3 total, which is very uncommon. Normally, we can have a seed where sometimes like 6 ice levels in a, or 6 levels in a row will have ice physics. Oh, no ice physics here. See here, there's like, look, remember ninjas from Super Mario Bros. 2? Well, we sort of did, because we put them just at the last minute here. In fact, that might not even be an edited sprite. That might actually be the sprite from Super Mario Bros. 2, so that makes it even more last minute. They're cool enemies too. They could have been utilized pretty interestingly. Well, here we go. On to the boss. So more than likely, I'm probably just going to beat this boss, and then I'm not going to do Super Mario Land 2 today, but we'll continue that throughout the week. And we'll play Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins using the same seed and randomized, so it should be pretty fun. A game heavily inspired by this because it was the game that followed it, really, if you think about 2D Mario platformers. It's quite a game to have to follow. Now, the amount of hits it's going to take out Bowser here is 2, that's good. but he's got 3 phases, so it can be a randomized amount. I've actually had this take 8 before, and there's 3 phases of 8 hits. So we got lucky with only 2 hits here. It's a pretty cool Bowser boss battle. I would say that I'm not a huge fan of the boss battle of in Super Mario Bros. 3 that we did earlier, because you're really just tricking Bowser into like falling, and it's just kind of, I don't know, it feels like a very inactive boss fight. I remember having so much trouble with it because I was always trying to be active with the boss fight as a kid. But when I first learned how to do it, it's like, well, that's it. It felt a little bit underwhelming. However, Mario 64's Bowser boss fights are great. Simple, but there are tough ones. Especially the one that's constantly, I don't know what level it is, but the one that's constantly like rotating, kind of like the Koopaling fight in the lava. That one's interesting. It's at least engaging enough, right? Okay, one more phase. Can't see me. Looking forward to a monster performance from Jackson. There we go, folks. Super Mario World complete. Super Mario Bros. 3 complete. Super Mario Bros. 2 complete. Super Mario Bros. 1 complete. If you want to try out these exact levels, just try the Super Mario World randomizer yourself using the seed 1337. That's what we used for all the games for this multi-randomizer, and we've done a ton of multi-randomizers plus just individual runs of these games separately, so you can go check those out on my YouTube channel. I'm just going to take a look and see who is online, and I'll be right back while these credits roll, and we can go raid someone. So stick around. You'll earn extra moonstones. You'll be able to spin the wheel more often by doing that.
Wow.
In our retro roulette streams, you'll also be able to request more of your request games. Thank you to Benny Souls for the resub at tier 1. Thank you to Mr. Merv for the raid. Really appreciate that. Thank you to Carl Rocco for the follow. Thanks to One Up John for introducing a handful of people to the channel, and thanks to Ghostosaurus for the raid, That Pigeon Plays for the raid. Thank you to Tony Uncle Al for the raid, starting us off at the beginning of the stream here. And to Captain Cakequo for the follow as well. This is as far as I go tonight. I'll be streaming tomorrow. As always, I stream usually from 1 p.m. Pacific onward. I'll probably be a little bit later in the afternoon tomorrow. And yeah, I hope to see a few of you there. I'm really stoked that everyone stuck around and had a blast. I had a blast today, so hopefully you did too. I'm just going to quickly go see who is online, and look at this hilarious text that they throw in here. They have some great credit text. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to raid Ballistic Aristocrat. They're another Super Mario World streamer. Like they specifically focus on that. They play ROM hacks, Kaizos, all sorts of stuff. I've hung out and watched them do some Super Mario Maker levels as well. And right now they're playing some Super Mario World. I don't know if it's a ROM hack or